You forgot it was Saturday. Saturday. Yes. Yeah, I forgot too. And then I was like, wait a minute. Oh no, I'm not prepared. For some reason, I'm more prepared on Fridays for Saturday than I am on the actual day off. I think because it's like, oh, it's tomorrow. I can't wait to do that and figure out more of a story. Hiya, Summers! I'm so excited. I'm not excited. I'm excited on Fridays. I'm not excited on the actual day because then I'm like, wait a minute, now I have to actually experience this. Wait a minute, that's not fun. I mean, you know, less fun, more yay. Wait. It's fine, don't worry about it. Anyway. We're fine. I'm fine. I think. I made some food and I ate it. Real good. I didn't make actual food. I just made some mash, fried some meatsies. Didn't actually make anything like make, but you know what? It's great. And now we're ready to see a happy ending that this game is gonna give us. Yeah. Happy ending. Michel, hey look, it's not Michel. Definitely not Michel. It's fine because we're at the 7th door. Which is 1086, before we were at the mansion. Or before the maid was at the mansion. Woo! Okay, I'm gonna get ready to actually read and take a sippy. It is wild. It is. You're right. Okay. Who am I right now? Am I Morgana or am I Michel? There are two things out of the ordinary about that baby. The first, its parents embraced, and the second they wholly rejected. Although, it was some time before the baby's second peculiarity emerged. And until it finally did, no one was any the wiser. Not even the child itself. Its mother surely enjoyed that brief period of happiness, before her child finally realized the truth. Blind to the fact that the moment it had let out its first cry, everything came crashing down. To this day, she still doesn't know the child she gave birth to. That she set loose a curse upon the world, a curse that turned angels into demons, humans into witches. Ugh, this boy. My god, look at that. Oh, this is Mumsy. She's beautiful, isn't she? Have you seen her laugh? Not yet, I haven't. At any rate, that color certainly is something else. God's gift to us. No, she's an angel sent from heaven. An angel? Ah, yes, I can see it now, Liddy. Her white hair and almost translucent skin, it's beautiful. Oh! My, she opened her eyes. Maybe she felt you nearby. Do you like your father more than me? Is that it, sweetheart? Gorgeous, aren't they? Such a deep, enchanting color. Like two little jewels. Ah, that they are. A magnificent shade of red. Ah, I've never seen anything like it. And this is our child? She's special. I can feel it. We have to take good care of her. She needs a name, one that's just as special as her. Have you already chosen, Antonin? You were the one begging for a girl. You do it. Besides, I already had to rack my brain for the boy's name. Now it's your turn. Are you really going to let me? My, that's quite a lot of pressure. Name her after an angel, then. Oh, I like that. All right, then. We'll call her Michel, after the archangel Michel. I don't know these pronunciations. You'll grow up to be as beautiful as an angel, my Michel. I've always wanted a little girl. With her snowy white hair, skin so pale you could see the veins beneath it, and her ruby red eyes. She was a very peculiar-looking girl, and her mother showered her with love. She truly believed her daughter was an angel sent from above, born as a human child. The blessed babe, born a girl, was given an angel's name. Michel. Me. Oh my god. Checkmate. Whom? Oh, that's his brother. I see. That's what you did. Curses, I completely overlooked that. I thought you were advancing with your pawns, but that was all a diversion. You're too short-sighted, Didier. You need to look at the big picture. Oh wait, this is a younger version of Michel, so it would have to be. Sometimes it's a tactician and not the soldier holding the sword. You got me. You're quite good at this, Michel. What inspired you to take such an aggressive strategy? It was not inspiration. It was derivation. Derivation? Chess is in many ways similar to real war tactics. Ah, my military text. You haven't read all of them, have you? I have nothing but time. Impressive! Even I haven't read all the books in my room. You planning to join the order with that kind of knowledge? You jest. You're the one who's going to be a knight, Didier. No! It was him. Oh no. Haha, that I am. War is the men's job after all. I want you to be there to welcome me home. God damn it. Didier! Oh, Didier! I'm in a bit of a bind, Oh, hello there, Michel. I didn't know you were home, George. Georges? George? Just got back, yep. Oh-ho, playing chess again, are ye? Are ya? Let's see, what do we have here? Get away from the board. Yikes, you got trounced, huh? And you call yourself her big brother, haha. As if you're any better. That's not funny, Georges. I cannot approve of someone who can't keep up with the flow of battle becoming a knight. Given our family's rank, you would eventually be put in charge of other soldiers. What? Are you worried about me? No, I'm saying... I've been blessed with such a caring sister, but fear not. I have a guardian angel after all. Where's the logic in that? Oh, ahem! Sorry to interrupt your, moment, but... Does nobody listen to me? Haha, now, don't pout. So what seems to be the problem, Georges? Ah, yes, listen to this. The royal court is holding a swordsmanship show, and for some reason, I was selected to participate. How unfortunate for you. I can already see you on the ground sobbing. Hey now, that's just mean. Besides, my hands weren't meant to hold a sword. Look at these dainty fingers. They're covered in calluses. Dainty calluses? Tell me, why would they have an artist sword fight? That's the whole point, I would think. No need to get so worked up. No one's expecting you to win. Maybe not, but we do have a name to worry about. And you know what that means, don't you? I'm going to lose, that's a given. But I want to do it in style. I feel bad for your sword. Oh, don't be like that. Now come on, time's a-wasting. To the courtyard we go. Just so you know, if I train you, I'm going to train you right. All I want to know is how to look good. What is it, Michel? May I watch? Fine with me, but you know you can't go outside. I'll be watching from the hall. I can open one of the windows facing the courtyard. Still, you need to be careful. You can't spend too much time in the sun. It is a strange shift, but I don't know, I find it fascinating. I know. I had two older brothers. The eldest, Didier, belonged to an order of knights that served the church, and below him was Georges, who served as a court artist. He was, in all likelihood, who would inherit the family estate, as knights were not formally allowed to own property. Nevertheless, the Bollinger family name was upheld by Didier. And then there was me, the youngest, the only daughter. Physically, I was not in particularly good health. Because of the color of my skin, I was hypersensitive to sunlight. I rarely left the estate. My world was contained entirely within these walls, and perhaps out of some sense of pity or compassion, my two brothers spent a good deal of time with me. Didier played chess with me, and Georges taught me how to draw. Oh. And among other things, they taught me how to read and write. For a girl, I was incredibly fortunate. The one thing I wasn't allowed to do, though, was hold a sword. While hardly anything unusual, it bothered me deeply. And it had for as long as I could remember. If I'd been told I couldn't do it because I lacked the strength, I probably would have accepted it. But the reason given was not that I was weak, but that I was a girl. And with each passing year, that smoldering frustration in the back of my heart grew larger. Come on, put your back into it. Like I said, all I want is to put on a good show. Oh, you'll put on quite a show, unless you learn how to swing that sword properly. Give me a break. Out in the garden, my two brothers traded swings bare-chested. All I could do, though, was observe from afar. And every time I found myself forced to watch, I felt a sharp pain, like a needle piercing my chest. A needle that seemed to be growing ever thicker. My mother and my brothers loved me dearly, but that didn't change the fact that the outside world lay beyond my reach. I was trapped in the state by my own body. At first, I thought that was the root of my pain, but that answer seemed to contradict something inside me, something I couldn't explain, something I couldn't ignore, even as a child. So I searched within myself, trying to find an explanation for the constantly swelling sensation of wrongness inside me. Day after day, I gazed into the cavern of my own heart. My, now what are the two of them doing out there? Georges was asked to do a swordsmanship show at the royal court, so Didier's helping him. Swordsmanship? Oh, I just can't stand those shows. Blades are so dangerous. I can't watch people swinging them at each other. Oh. Why don't you come back to your room with me, Michel? I would love to teach you how to sew. But, Mum, I want to watch them practice. Michel? Oh. First of all, you need to watch how you speak, young lady. You do not call me Mum, you call me Mother. This is what happens when you spend so much time around boys. As your mother, I don't approve of you playing chess or making art. A woman has no need for such skills. They will only make you look insolent. But I want you to grow up to be a respectable woman. That is my job and my dream as your mother. Oh. Now come. I would rather you looked at some fine embroidery with me than a couple of sweaty men. Yes, Mother. You are my little girl, after all. Spending time with my mother was agonizing. Was it because her world was so isolated? No, that wasn't it. Her gentle voice, the sweet scent of her perfume, the way she constantly told me how much she loved me, and her diatribes about how wonderful it was to be a girl. Everything she did put so much pressure on me. But above all, she loved to say, "You are my little girl, after all." And there was nothing strange about that at all. Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw the daughter of a noble. That was who I was. So the only thing wrong was how I felt. But every time I faced with the reality of who I was, my heart wavered. I had no interest in learning embroiderer. I didn't understand why that was necessary. I knew what purpose it served. Everything she taught me I would need when I was wed off to some noble boy. And it was my responsibility to learn those things. It didn't feel right, though. I couldn't even accept the fact that one day I would be married. It was but an ominous shadow lurking in my future. I would have preferred ravaging the books in Didier's room than having a conversation with my mother. Tales of heroes of old and dauntless soldiers. Military texts written by tacticians in the midst of war. Thinking about them set my heart aflutter, made me think about my brother. He was training to be a knight. I envisioned armor flecked with rust. A longsword glimmering with the blood of savages. Soon I found myself in my fantasies, imagining how the sword would feel in my hand, the sensation of the hilt beneath my fingers. Swinging it gallantly like my brother. How heavy was it? How much muscle would I need to carry it? How much impact would I need in my hands when I struck something? How restricted would my vision be wearing a helmet? How much did it weigh? How hot was it inside? I had no way of answering any of those questions, though. Kill me now! I have some cloth if you would like to wipe yourself off. Oh, yeah, thanks. Oh, I'm so dead. You were at it for a long time. I've never known Dee to half-ass something once he gets started. Which I guess is what makes him knight material, but... Are you opposed to him becoming a knight? Well, you know, I'd kind of assume he'd inherit the estate and handle taking care of everything. So it's like, why's he gotta go and be some priest whipping boy? Don't tell him I said that, though. He wants to fight for the greater good. I don't know. Despite the name, he wouldn't be doing much fighting himself. Anywho, someone as passionate as him might be able to make changes for the better. Changes? He knows what condition the order is in. That's why he's joining. Figure he'd want to whip him into shape, melt him down, and reforge the whole thing. Uh-huh. Oh. Huh. So, he might be able to change things. What? What are you muttering about, Michel? Hey! Whoa, hold it! The pain I felt in my chest when I smelled the sweat emanating from George's body, when I looked at the slender but distinctly male build, I was convinced it was admiration. Did I want to become a knight too? Maybe the discomfort I felt was because I wanted to be like him. Would it all go away if he were able to change the rules and I could join the order as well? I was positive it would. Didier. Michel? Hold on. You can't come barging into my room unannounced. I'm trying to change. We need to talk. I said stop. You're a girl. You can't just walk in on a man as he's changing. I see no reason for you to be so self-conscious. Listen to me, Michel. Georges tells me you're planning to overhaul the order. He told you that? No, I hardly have such grand aspirations. Don't be coy. I believe you have what it takes to do it, Didier. What's gotten into you? You're unusually fiery today. So I wanted to ask you a favor. When you have enough influence in the order, I would like you to make me a knight too. You what? I'm tired of the way Mother treats me. Always saying I can't do this or that because I'm a girl. I want to learn how to swing a sword. I don't want to do embroidery. I don't care about jewelry or fancy clothing. Michel, what's gotten into you? I'm so much more interested in the world you live in, Didier. So please. Well, I'll be. I suppose we must have let ourselves spend too much time with you. Not you too. That's exactly what Mother said. First of all, Michel, you don't have the strength to hold a sword. Then I'll train with you until I do. And if that doesn't work, I still have my mind. You know good and well I could... People are not chess pieces, Michel. But Didier... And above all, you're missing the most important point. I will not, for any reason, become the kind of man who makes a woman take up a sword. Didier. This may seem normal to you, growing up with two brothers, but I want you to listen to me, Michel. Men and women walk different paths. Men wield swords and fight against dangerous enemies, and they do so to protect the weak, women and children. I'm here to protect you and your mother. You're no different than her. You don't treat me any different than her. Honestly, what's gotten into you, Michel? Why wouldn't I treat you like a daughter of the Bollinger estate? Your brother and I, we never meant to make you think. Forget it. What? I'm sorry, I knew I was asking was foolish. Oh? Oof. But I thought you would understand how I feel. Even just a little bit. What was I expecting him to understand? Even I didn't understand the things I felt. I wanted to know what had gotten into me far more than he did. What I had done was no better than throw a temper tantrum. Was I that desperate to become a knight? No. I just thought that the key to the chains in my heart lay down that road, but ultimately, there was nothing. Assuming Didier had agreed, and assuming I did become a knight, it wouldn't do anything for the core problem. As I dashed from my brother's room, I snuck a peek at him. His face was filled with an intense perplexity. And how could I blame him? I tried to push a dozen different ideals onto him at once. Filled myself with a vain hope that he would somehow be able to make sense of me when I couldn't even make sense of myself. And now, bubbling with unwarranted anger at being let down, I fled to my own chambers. I can only imagine how frustrating that must have been for him. It was the spring of my 14th year. Heavy clouds filled the sky, blocking out the sun and giving the impression of late evening all throughout the day. I, for one, preferred it when the sun wasn't out. Not that sunlight would kill me, but if it was bright enough, the whole world was so white I could hardly see a thing. Which meant I could only go outside on days when the weather made most everyone else gloomy. As I was meandering through the courtyard. Hiya, Mayo. I spotted someone I had never seen before. A warm breeze blew past, setting up a world of flower petals. The girl's dress hung lightly over her frame, tracing her gentle curves. Who are you? I asked bluntly, and the girl twirled around smiling. Ah. Amy. Or Imee. I'm gonna call her Amy. My apologies. You just have such a beautiful courtyard here. I let myself in for a little walk. Long chestnut hair flowed over her round feminine shoulders. It swayed slightly in the wind. A cloud of melancholy dissipated in the light of her smile. You must be Michel. You're just as pretty as I heard. And you are? My name is Imee. Amy. You know what? It's Imee now. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Finally meet me? What was she talking about? As I stood there, baffled by this strange woman, she stepped forward, towards me, kissing me softly on the cheek. I'm thrilled to make your acquaintance, Michel. Her voice was like someone pouring honey into my ear. Electrifyingly sweet. I'm George's fiancée. And it also stuck another needle into my chest. She was a noble girl by the name of Imee Jorbet. This might be the last story, maybe. Though only 15, she was the very image of refined, polished to a shine. No one had told me my brother was to be married. It came out of nowhere, and it seemed I was the only one who didn't know. That evening, when the family gathered around the table for supper, Imee was there too. And they prepared an extravagant feast for the occasion. My father Antonin looked so proud of his two boys, Didier soon to receive his assignment, and Georges soon to be wed. The banquet proceeded smoothly. Not a doubt in the air that we were a happy family. But my mind was elsewhere. I found myself unconsciously chasing Imee with my eyes, watching the way those slender fingers gripped her spoon, her full lips parting to allow a piece of fruit in. Her deep red tongue, visible for but the briefest of moments. The way all the muscles in her face seemed to relax in a bliss as sweet juices seeped into her mouth. The way she spoke, so soft and gentle, letting each sound hang in the air just briefly before intoning the next. She was distinctly feminine, in a different way than my mother. Apparently, Imee was going to be living at the Bollinger estate for some time. Mother was pleased to have another girl around, or more specifically, she was relieved to have found someone other than my brothers for me to spend time with. I'd assumed I would hate being around another girl. Surely she wouldn't be able to play chess after all. But for some reason, I felt much less suffocated around her than my mother. One night, Imy's families and an array of nobles from both houses' social circles assembled at the estate for a party. A din the likes of which I had never heard in my life filled the great hall. Everywhere I looked, there were people. Servants scrambled every which way, silverware clanged against dishes in an almost constant hum. Voices from all directions. I felt moderately ill. Hey, Dee, I feel like we're critically short on waiters. This don't look good for us. And who was it who went about inviting everyone he came across again? Who are those people? They're artists like me. I met them at the court. Let's see, we have some painters, composers, sculptors, troubadours, poets, writers, you name it. None of them have any connection to the Joberts or Bolingers. Sure they do. They're my friends. And you know, this is me and Imy's party. You can play with your friends elsewhere. I hope you realize we have a reputation to uphold. Off in one corner, several men, presumably George's friends, gathered in a circle. They stood out from the other aristocrats, both in appearance and the air they gave off. The clothes they wore, the embroidery hidden beneath the jacket's cuffs. Their manner of speech, the way they held themselves. They were, simply put, a far cry from the hard-headed Didier's ideal party guests. Even watching them from afar, it was clear my two brothers ran in very different crowds. The only reason headstrong Didier and free-spirited Georges were able to get along at all was because they were brothers. If they had been strangers, I doubt their paths would cross much, and if they did, those intersections would be quite rocky. Hey, come here, guys! George's shouting voice pulled my preoccupied mind back to the surface. He summoned his friends, then led them to where I stood. What are you doing hiding in the corner, Michel? I didn't even notice you. Allow me to introduce you to a few of my friends. George has put his hand on my shoulders, peeling me off the wall and standing me in front of his male friends. Socialization was the last thing on my mind. I searched for Didier, hoping he would come to my rescue, but he was off trading pleasantries, facing away from me. This is my baby sister, Michel. Be nice. Georges, I don't... Graces, your skin is even more pale than Graces, your skin is even more pale than I imagined. It's like something out of a fairy tale. Why have you never brought her with you to the court? She'd be a sure hit. How old are you now? 12, mayhap? Now, don't treat the lady like a child. I'll have you know she's 14. All the more reason she should be out there making friends. The whole court would flip if they knew you had such a gorgeous sister, Georges. Don't be a brute, my man. Our little angel has to be kept inside for, personal reasons. Uh-oh, sounds like I haven't been showing the lady her due respect. I've yet to even properly introduce myself. How rude indeed. Their laughs grated on my nerves, and so did the way George spoke as if I was his property. They looked like they were appraising me, which made me sick to my stomach. I'd been paying enough attention to notice the man who had asked if I was 12, and the rest of them too, examining me from head to toe in search of curves. I was indeed underdeveloped for 14. But what did that matter? I didn't want a body shaped like Imy of my mother's. Now then, milady, a proper greeting. The man got down on one knee before me. For a split second, I didn't comprehend what he was doing. Go on, Michel. He's waiting. He whispered into my ear. And that was when it all came back to me, the traditional greeting performed between a man and a woman. Come on, Michel. Don't tell me you forgot what to do. I knew. I knew the process. I had that knowledge. Mother had taught me the rules, shown me the procedure. I was to present my hand to the man, for him to kiss. All I had to do was hold out my hand, but I was frozen. My body fought tooth and nail against a simple act. The thought of that man putting his lips on my skin sent a chill through me. Why? Why was this a traditional greeting? Why did I have to go through this? Michel? But at the sound of George's frantic voice, my arm creaked up to my side. Then I remembered that despite being his friends, they were still nobility. As wanton as his social interactions may have been, he still had a reputation to maintain. And I understood that. I also understood that as their sister, it was my responsibility not to do anything that might tarnish either of my brothers' names. Also, by tradition, the man wasn't supposed to actually kiss the woman's hand. The proper way to do it required he simply mimic the act, rather than make real contact. And that much I could handle. The man kneeling before me gave me an uncomfortable chuckle at my reluctance, shrugged, and reverently took my hand in his. And then... oh. He pressed his lips firmly against my skin. There was a vaguely warm sensation in the back of my hand for the briefest moment. What do you... Reflexively, I smacked the man's hand away. George's eyes went wide in horror, and the man gave another playful shrug. I was merely offering you a greeting, milady. Or is that a new experience to you? Your innocence is truly precious. I was half a second away from throwing a barrage of insults, but I bit my tongue and stomped off instead. What? Michel? Hey, come back, Michel! I'd spent all that time convincing myself I couldn't humiliate my brothers, but now I wouldn't hear a word of it. I'd drawn a fair bit of attention, and other people tried to stop me too, but I brushed them all off, marching my way out of the great hall. Heck! I got an emote! Whoa! Amazing. Best emote ever. Also, you're banned now. Yay! Can't believe. God, my mouth is so dry today for some reason. It's so weird. Fine, we're fine. We're okay. I feel so dirty. You call that a greeting? No, that was no greeting. That was... I'll be taking that. I say, practically swiping a glass of water off a passing waitress tray. With it, I washed my hand by the window facing the courtyard. But no matter how much water I poured over it, I couldn't erase the sickening sensation of his mouth on my hand, so I rubbed it with my sleeve until my skin was bright red. I wanted to feel something else, anything else, even pain. Think before you act, Georges. What were you doing, inviting people like that into our home? I was angry, and I had every right to be. He had not performed the proper greeting. Even in jest, he had no business actually putting his lips on my hand. It was not acceptable behavior for an aristocrat. He was a guest. He should have been ashamed. Was I angry that he had been disrespectful? No, that wasn't the reason. It was... That wasn't very nice of you running off like that. At the sound of his voice, I couldn't turn back. I felt a sickening warmth almost directly against my back. The man from the Great Hall grabbed me by the waist, spun me around, and pressed me against the wall. The bitter scent of wine wafted from above. What the hell are you doing? I tried a second time to get away from him, and that was when the reality sunk in. I couldn't do it. All the strength I could muster wasn't enough to make the man's hand budge. My arms were locked in place. I didn't think he was especially strong either. He was hardly built like Didier, and still I couldn't move an inch. You got a tongue like a boy, m'lady. But I know some people are fond of that these days. I can't say I mind myself. Let go! Had I always been this feeble? Were my arms truly so worthless I couldn't even escape this brute's grip? Why did I have to get stuck with this body? Now, just so we're clear, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm no monster, I promise you that. Then why are you holding me against a wall? Because I want a chance to try and woo you. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable back there, but the second I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a keeper. Then let go of me. What if I do that, you'll run away? And it's my personal rule to never let go of anything I like. Your brother says you can't go outside, so if I set you loose now, I might never get a chance to catch you again. I wanted to vomit. Apparently taking my silence for approval, the man perked up and kept going. If you're not accustomed to being around men, then why not use this as an opportunity to get familiar? Not a half bad idea if I do say so myself. And I think we'd get along quite well. Besides, I'm a minstrel. Spend some time with me and I'll write you all the songs you could possibly want. Get away from me. Oh, you really have the most striking eyes. Makes me want to keep them all for myself. With a muse like that, I could write the most incredible songs you've ever heard. I said get back, you creep. Oh, that's odd. That one's never failed me. The man brought his face in just inches from mine and peered into my eyes. I could feel his hot, wine-stenched breath against my cheeks. It gave me the chills. I couldn't understand why this was happening to me. Panic and confusion had my heart racing. Go try your luck with someone else. I'm not interested. You will be soon enough, darling. You've simply never known a man's touch. He drew closer. He was already practically on top of me, but still he closed in, closer and closer. The world faded out. I couldn't see anything. I could feel his rising body heat so near it made me nauseous. My eyes flung open, but there was nothing there. I only felt. I could only feel. I couldn't move. My body wouldn't budge. In my mind, I kicked the man away, pulled my fist back and slammed it into his jaw, again and again and again until his face was unrecognizable. Again and again and again and again I beat him, but reality would have none of that. Michel? Hey, what do you think you're doing? 3 seconds, 10 seconds, longer. I had no idea how much time I'd lost. The next thing I knew, Georges had taken the man by the collar. I fell back against the wall, staring absent-mindedly as the two struggled. They traded blows and they traded insults. Before long, they had drawn a crowd. While they went at it, I distractedly drifted away. And I only had one place to go. I didn't even bother to light a candle, and I just stared into the darkness. My heartbeat was maddeningly loud in my otherwise silent chambers. What had happened? What had he done to me? Why? Why couldn't I do anything? The last thing I wanted to do was cry. Tears would only serve to worsen my humiliation. Only magnify how wretched I was. Only make me more effete. I bit down on my lip, hard. I had no time for No need for that trash in my body. I dug my nails into my arms. I had no need for that trash in my body. All of this, every last bit of it. That was why I was the way I was. I didn't know how to put it into words. I didn't know how to express this boundless frustration within me. But after enough wordless groaning, a single word slipped from my lips, and it felt incredibly right. God damn it! I knew good and well a girl should not be using such words. Even Didier and Georges would have gotten an earful from mother or father if they were caught saying that. Regardless. God damn it! It was the most fitting word I could come up with to represent even the smallest bit of my anger and loathing. I knew all I was doing was shifting the blame, that all it would accomplish was making me look pitiful, but I would take that over crying like a girl any day. I let loose a sigh that was halfway to being a scream, then started clawing wildly at my hair. I wanted to yak out every last damn strand of it. I didn't want it. I didn't want any of it. Any of this body. But in that case, what did I want from my body?
Michel? May I come in, Michel?
It was George's voice, slightly muffled through the door. The man who had invited those people into this house. I would be lying if I said I didn't hold that against him.
Michel?
But at the same time, he had also come to my rescue. Besides, I hated myself the most. I despised myself for being so helpless.
I'm sorry, Michel. I didn't mean to hurt you.
It's not locked. After a few moments of silence, Georges stepped into my room.
Your hair's a mess, Michel. My God, you're bleeding.
That was when I first noticed the stinging sensation in my lower lip. A metallic taste spread through my mouth. I'd been biting it much harder than I realized, and there was a lot more blood than I expected. A trail of it was running down my chin, seconds from spilling onto my clothes when Georges wiped it away.
I'm really sorry, Michel. He can be a real ass when he drinks. And he's a bit of a womanizer at that. Never expected he'd try to go after you, though. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. But you know, there's a chance he may have, genuinely taken a liking to you.
That just makes it worse.
Oh, sorry. You're right. You want to be with a man you like, I understand.
He ran his hands through my hair as if trying to calm me down, at the same time cleaning up the mess I'd made of it. It made me feel like I was some kind of plaything. A joke of a doll. I don't... Huh? I don't want to be with anyone. I would never, ever be comfortable with a man putting his hands on me like that. However...
I'm sure you'll find someone eventually, Michel. Someone that feels right for you.
I feel kind of awful for introducing you to him, but there are plenty of men in the world. You might not be interested now, but that'll change soon. It's all part of growing up. You bet you'd be best off forgetting today ever happened. I was dead certain, but apparently that was enough to convince him. The very idea that I might one day meet a man who I wanted to touch me made my skin crawl. Why? Why did I feel like this? Was I just not interested in men? No. If that were the case, I wouldn't admire my brothers' bodies. I didn't have an aversion to men. In fact, I enjoyed spending time with my brothers far more than indulging my mother in her woman's world. What I couldn't stand was a particular look men would sometimes give me. But why? Why did I not like that? I had no answer. My thoughts were going in circles.
Are you okay, Michel?
He peered down at me, his face twisted in concern, but I couldn't answer him. How was I supposed to articulate this? My anger, my frustration, my irritation, my fear? I had no confidence he would understand.
Georges, how's Michel?
Amy's voice came from the doorway. Inexplicably, I felt like someone had stuck their hand in my chest and was now squeezing my heart. Like I'd just been caught in a compromising situation by the last person I wanted to see me.
Oh, yeah, she's doing good, aren't you?
Yes. I'm fine.
Glad to hear it.
I was clearly lying, not even looking him in the eyes when I said that, but that seemed to have gone over George's head. Amy, on the other hand. I might give Amy a French voice just because I feel like her mother has this voice too.
You don't look fine at all.
She said, a hint of pain in her voice, and then entered the room.
Georges, father is asking for you. He says it's time to bring the gathering to a close. You should get going. I'll stay here with her.
Well, I'm sure they did, Mayo. I mean, we already know that this is Michel, and that he mentioned in the previous bit that he was born a girl, and that's what his whole dilemma was that we found out, and now we're finding out his story.
Oh, is he? All right then. Sounds good.
Once the sound of George's footsteps had faded into nothing, Amy took a seat beside me and, without warning, wrapped her arms around my shoulders. It's much better to talk to another girl at... Oh, this is her.
It is much better to talk to another girl at a time like this.
My heart leapt in my throat, but beyond the shock, I found myself welcoming the warmth. It was pleasant, unlike the man's.
That must have been terrifying. But don't worry, you're safe now.
It wasn't really, no.
No need to pretend, sweetie. If a man had had me pinned against a wall, I'd be scared too.
I mean it. I wasn't scared. I'm just disappointed in myself.
All right, I believe you. You're a strong girl, Michel. There aren't many who wouldn't have been scared. I'll be sure to give Georges a stern talking to about his choice in friends. Something I learned today is he's somewhat of a pushover, hee.
You're a lot more tenacious than I thought.
As a woman in this world, you have to be. And if you're not, well, you'll figure it out soon enough, Michel. Of course, even as strong as you are, I'm sure it'll be difficult to forget what happened to you today.
Georges had told me to forget it as soon as possible, and I me that I wouldn't be able to. Was it the difference in their individual perspectives? Or was it the difference between the way men and women thought? I wasn't sure. As my head rested against her breast, a bit of my frustration slipped out. I couldn't move my arms at all. He didn't even seem all that strong. I couldn't believe that I was really so weak.
That's just the way of the world, Michel. Men are physically stronger than women, so you'll almost never overpower one. Not any weaker than a normal girl. Don't blame yourself.
Though it wasn't the consolation I had hoped for, her words still filled me with warmth. I'd exploited my own weakness to hear more of that soothing voice, and I alone knew how foolish I was in doing so. Amy frequently visited my chambers. I didn't know if it was at Mother's request or of her own volition, but I prayed it was the latter. She was a very touchy-feely person, and she seemed to have a particular fondness for playing with my hair. Whenever her voice danced its way into my ears, it would wreak havoc inside me. Being enveloped in her scent day after day stoked the fire growing within me. I did my best to remain as straight-faced as possible, because the last thing I wanted was her catching on. I understood that the things I was feeling were untoward, to say the least.
Your hair is so utterly enchanting. I've never seen hair so white before.
I think having color is much prettier.
Oh, well, Georges says white is the most difficult color to make with paint. There's no greater challenge than capturing the beauty of true white. Living with such a splendid example of the color must have given him a very high standard of quality. Hey, Michel, maybe you could tell me about yourself today. I would love to get to know you better.
Tell you about myself?
Yeah, we could become even better friends if we found some mutual interests.
I enjoy playing chess, and I consider myself quite good.
Oh my, chess? I've never played. You're such a bright girl, Michel.
Would you like to try? I could teach you.
I appreciate the offer, but I think I'll pass. I doubt I would be any good.
Oh, okay.
What else is there? Say, your favorite kind of flower, fragrance, color of gemstone? Are there any embroidery patterns you're particularly skilled at?
I don't have any favorites, no. Not especially good with a needle either.
No? Do you have shaky hands then?
I wouldn't say that, no. I'm, fairly good with a knife, I think.
A knife? Oh, like a kitchen knife.
No, a sculpting knife.
Sculpting?
Is that really so strange?
It is a bit unusual, I'd say.
But Georges does it all the time. His room is practically made of wood chips and charcoal and paint.
George is an artist and a man. There's nothing unusual about him doing some sculpting.
Why is it okay for him but not me? Does being a girl really make that much of a difference?
Well, why don't we practice embroidery together, Michel? I get the feeling that you spend too much time with your brothers. But now you have me. I'm sure it won't be long before you appreciate how much fun cooking and needlework can be.
Oof. She sounds just like Mother. And she gives the same reason, too. 'Cause I'm a girl. That's not an explanation. It's a vague generalization. That said, if I agree, I can spend more time with her. Okay.
Wonderful. We'll come up with beautiful designs together. And when you've made something you're proud of, you can give it to a boy who catches your eye. Or, if you prefer, you could give it to your father or brother. I would like Georges to have what I make, though.
Oh, I've been wondering. Did you and George meet at the royal court?
Oh, heavens no! I've never been to the court. One day, my father told me I was getting married. And the next day, it was when we first met.
It happened that quickly?
What, are you worried about me, Michel? Don't worry, I'm not displeased with the arrangement. In fact, I'm quite happy with it. Aristocratic marriages are always sudden. As a woman, you get used to being a piece in their games. But Georges, he's different. He's a gentleman.
A gentleman? Him?
You sound surprised.
I believed hedonist suits him better.
Oh, I quite disagree. I have complete faith he'll do good by me.
I couldn't fathom where she found such confidence in him. Especially a man she had only just met. How could she trust him at all? She was nothing but a pawn, and she knew it. But maybe she was simply putting on an act. I had trouble believing her smile was anything but genuine, though.
One day, you'll meet the right man for you, Michel. And he won't be a drunk like the guy from earlier. He'll be a kind, hard-working, respectable man.
I would rather not find anyone.
Haha. I suppose this is still too soon for you, huh? Hey, how old are you, Michel?
14.
Oh, wow! I assumed you were younger.
Do I really look that young?
No hard feelings. You're just a tiny little doll, so small and slender. And look, not one bit of meat-up is here at all.
Hey! She playfully grabbed me from behind and started prodding at my chest as her delicate fingers slid across my skin. I found myself gripped by very indecent urges. Every heavy thump of my chest felt sinful. She couldn't know. I couldn't let her. Everything I had been fighting to keep down came hurtling to the surface.
You're so cold, you know that?
She was touching me like it was nothing, caressing my hair. Was she this intimate with George's? Or was it because I was a younger girl that she was so keen on putting her hands all over me? Before I understood what I was feeling, my body acted. It was pure, unfiltered impulse. In my attempt to escape from her grip, I twisted around only to find my face inches from Amy's, slowly gravitating closer. I pressed my lips against the corner of her mouth. Amy sat there, flabbergasted. I was equally aghast. I'm sorry. As I frantically put some distance between us, I'm sure my face was red as an apple, though I didn't know it at the time.
Well, that was certainly unexpected. I'm sorry. Did I make you uncomfortable touching you so much?
Amy was smiling, though it looked forced. No, not at all.
Then I must have startled you. I'm sorry if I'd let you go. If I'd let you go sooner, you could have avoided this accident.
What do you mean, accident?
A kiss on the lips is,
It wasn't an accident. It wasn't Amy. I
seem to have confused you somewhat, Michel.
What?
You know I can be very, touchy-feely with you. And you took that to mean you should do the same.
No.
You can't do that again, okay? If you want to kiss your friends, you do it on the cheek. Save the lips for the man you love. I should get going then. George starts getting cranky if I don't give him enough attention.
Hold on, Amy.
So long, Michel.
She wouldn't hear me out. Once Amy had fled my chambers, that was when I finally comprehended my own emotions. That she had stolen my heart, that Amy was George's fiancée. No, that wasn't the problem. My body, was not meant for her love. I awoke in the middle of the night to pain in my joints. Not enough exercise, I guess. I tried bending and stretching my arms and legs, but it did nothing. So after pondering on it for a bit, I decided to go for a late-night walk to distract myself. But before that, I need to get some water. Okay, I'm back. As I approached the corridor adjacent to the courtyard, I heard a woman's voice.
I'm still, concerned about staying here.
Amy's voice, doing my best to remain perfectly quiet. I pressed myself up against the wall by the window and listened in on their conversation. I knew it was improper to eavesdrop, but the sound of her voice had me frozen in place.
It is Michel. I'm afraid I've, confused her.
A tiny jolt ran down my spine, my muscles all tensing up at once. The sound of my name rising to her lips, but not in the way I would have liked.
She kissed me. Well, almost, but how could I have guessed it that she thought of me that way? Mother told me she didn't have any female friends. She asked me to be one for her, which is why.
though she had only been coming to see me because Mother had asked her to. I had been afraid of that. Afraid that she wasn't there to be with me. That she had no fondness for me. That my yearning for her was one-sided.
It kind of scares me, the way she looks at me, always watching every little move I make. I'm sensitive to that sort of thing. I can tell what's going through Michel's mind. I managed to deflect it this time, but should have never gotten friendly with her.
She had seen through me from day one, understood what I was feeling before even I had.
It is disgusting. Homosexuality.
Homosexuality? Did I hear her right? Something inside me crumbled, and with it came an intense sense of wrongness. There it was again, that overpowering discomfort, that fear coursing through my veins, that repulsion, that irritation, that apprehension. What on earth was I? Did I view Amy as a member of the same sex? Were the things I felt homosexual? I heard Amy sigh from beyond the window. Then the man beside her, who she was confiding all this in, replied,
"It's all just a child."
That voice.
And one with underdeveloped social skills besides. Understand that she was going to do and say some inappropriate things. It's not uncommon for a child to mistake admiration for love. And I didn't know this until recently, but when she gets something into her head, she has a tendency to run with it without thinking. It was not the man's I had assumed it was. The other day, she had asked me to let her be a knight. I can't imagine how she thought that would end any other way. Why? It's not very often that there are women other than Mother at the estate. I imagine she simply got nervous being around you, and something's got mixed up in her head. Why was Didier out there with her? I hope that is all it was.
Amy, hadn't you told me you thought Georges was a gentleman? So what were you doing, getting so friendly with Didier? And Didier, weren't you my ally? Or was that all an act, like her? You were going to be a knight, so why were you out here with your brother's fiancé? I'm glad to have you here, so I hope you can figure something out to make it work.
I will do what I can, but I'm kind of reluctant to say this to you. Something has to change. As it is, she kind of grosses me out.
She grosses me out. So what? I was some kind of sick, disgusting creature? All I had done was show feelings for her. I couldn't be Georges or Didier. The needles piercing me expanded, both in size and number. Soon I was being skewered by a dozen of them, and the heated sighs rising from the courtyard only served to make the pain worse. All I could do was cover my ears and run. Why? What were you doing out there, Didier? How am I gross, Amy? It's not real. It's all a bunch of lies. This entire house is nothing but a fraud. None of it was ever real. Family gatherings, Amy smiles. Didier's kindness. George's. What about George's? Did he agree to the marriage knowing about them? What the hell are they thinking? You want to know who's really disgusting? God damn it. I will not cry. I will not cry. I can't let myself. Girls cry. Tears are for girls, not for me. I bit down hard on my lip, wrapped myself in my sheets and pressed my hands over my ears. Squeezed my eyes shut as tight as I could manage, tried to get away from the things I'd seen. Images of them embracing in the night threatened to float back to the surface, but I shook my head, casting them off, praying I wouldn't have any nightmares. I drifted off to sleep. The next day, I awoke with a terrible fever. I hovered in a sweltering wave of heat, unable to tell dream and reality apart, listening to a seemingly endless stream of cracking noises. The sounds were coming from inside my body. I thought I was falling apart. Mother was horribly worried. I'd never been the most healthy child, but I'd never fallen this ill either. I couldn't get out of bed. My voice was raspy like an old woman's. I was genuinely afraid I would wither away and die. Mother called in doctor after doctor to see me, but they all said it was the flu. That bodily pain was common with fever. While there was a doctor in the house, Mother was unable to remain relatively calm. But once they were gone, she was able to remain calm. The anxiety came back. She stayed with me, day and night, even foregoing sleep. Her hands gripped mine. They held me fast. She had her head bowed as if in prayer.
Don't worry. It'll be all right, Michel. God is watching over you. He will protect you. You are His child. You are His angel sent to earth. He will not forsake you. The doctors say it's just the flu.
Though her words seemed to be directed at me, there was a vacantness in her voice, as if they were really for herself. For so long she had wanted a daughter. I couldn't understand her fixation. But seeing her there through my cloudy eyes, I wanted to apologize for ever thinking spending time with her was agonizing.
How are you feeling? Your mother's here for you. Don't worry.
But the only sound that came from my mouth was a faint gasp. I drifted in and out of sleep, Mother's hand wrapped around my own, and I had numerous dreams. In my dreams, I was a man. In my dreams, I was Didier, and I was Georges. In my dreams, I fell in love with Amy. And in my dreams, I loved her.
You are disgusting.
But with one word, the dreams twisted into nightmares. My body was torn into fleshy chunks, and I sunk into the darkness. Several days later, my fever was gone, like it had never been there. However... What the... My voice did not recover. And when I attempted to climb from my bed, the murderous pain in my joints came rushing back. Instead of my feet, I landed on my face. Ugh. My voice was unbelievably deep. And the pain only got worse. Every time I took a breath, it felt like someone hammering a spike into the back of my neck. It felt like my body was falling apart, like my dreams were becoming reality.
Michel! Michel!
When Mother scrambled into my chambers, I remembered the time she had spent at my bedside, in a wave of relief. I reached my hand out in a show of vulnerability, but she didn't take it. She couldn't take it. Mother?
What? What's wrong with your voice, Michel? Ah, I see. You're still not feeling well, are you, Michel?
A look of restrained fear on her face, Mother stepped towards me, placing her hand on my forehead. Her palm felt hot against my skin.
You don't have a fever?
But I hurt all over. my joints.
You're still sick, Michel. But don't worry, you'll be fine in no time. Now back to bed with you. You're a girl. You're a girl, so you shouldn't be sitting on the floor. It's bad for your back.
As Mother repeated the phrase, "you're a girl," again and again, that nagging sense that something wasn't quite right grew more distinct. Was I really sick? Was this actually my voice now? And if it was, what was I turning into? My voice was certainly not a girl's voice. My voice never went back to normal, though, so Mother ordered me to remain in my room. I hadn't recovered yet, and so long as I was sick, I couldn't be let out. Again, something felt wrong about her calling it a sickness, but I had no evidence to the contrary. I had no way to know I wouldn't get others sick if I exposed them, as she claimed, so I had no choice but to do as she said. In time, Mother too stopped visiting me, and the only people I saw were servants. They did their jobs but refused to look me in the eye. No one else came to see me, though. Not Amy, Didier, Georges. 1 month passed, then 2, then 3. Occasionally the pain in my joints would withdraw, at other times it would worsen. Whenever I would drift off to sleep, I would hear the sound of my own joints creaking. I would dream of a woman standing in the courtyard, her soft chestnut hair fluttering in the wind as she twirled to face me, a smile on her face and her breast exposed. One day, after around 6 months of servants refusing to make eye contact, I stopped one and made a request to have a mirror brought to my room. While he didn't acknowledge me, the next day I had my mirror. By that point, I was fairly certain I knew what was happening to my body. I had no clothes to wear, because none of the multicolored dresses hanging in my wardrobe fit me anymore. Pulling the heavy red cloth covering the mirror aside, my completely naked body came into view. Something resembling a mix of a chuckle and a sigh of pity spilled from my lips. This is me. 6 months. After only 6 months' time, I could hardly recognize myself. Extending my hand for the mirror, I traced the outline of my bony reflection. My shoulders lacked Mother's curves and my skin Amy's sheen. I was pale and haggard, but structurally, I looked like my brothers. Obviously, being younger than them and not as active, my muscles lacked any kind of strength, but I wouldn't have batted an eye if I saw myself holding a sword. I was a full head taller than I had been 6 months earlier, and I felt an odd certainty that I wasn't done growing either. Staring at myself in the mirror, I traced my name across the surface. Michel. Don't need the last two. For the first time in my life, I liked my name. I still didn't think an angel's name suited me one bit. But it was staggering how different it felt now, even if it sounded exactly the same. Those last few letters changed the meaning entirely, turning it from a girl's name to a boy's name. Now this makes sense. Everything was falling into place. My admiration for Didier, the envy I had for my brothers' bodies, the feelings I had for Amy, the indecent dreams I'd been having. I was always male. Ha ha ha. Oh no. I cackled like a fool for the first time in my life. I laughed so hard at the sight of myself, my stomach hurt. It was the first glimmer of light I'd seen in this locked room for far too long. This was what I was supposed to look like. My life up until now, up until 6 months ago, constricted and uncomfortable. My life as a girl was all a lie. No one could possibly look at me and call me an angel. I was always a boy, but I had been told I was a girl, forced to act like one. Of course that wouldn't feel right. They needed to know. I couldn't be the only one who understood. Everyone in this house needed to. Oh no. Fueled by this one desire, I wrapped a sheet over my shoulders and threw open the door. It seemed ridiculous how long I'd followed Mother's instructions and remained cooped up in my room. And now I felt fantastic. If there truly was a God in heaven, then this change within me was his answer to my prayers. A manservant carrying a tray of food did a double take as I passed him. The farther I proceeded through the corridors, the more eyes I felt on me. The midday sun shone obnoxiously bright through the windows. But now, with its piercing radiation illuminating my proper self, I felt an odd affection for the light. I could hear the family gathered in the great hall, everyone but me. Didier's voice complained about the simple meals the church provided, but his pride came through in his laughter. George's voice playfully bragged about life at the royal court. Father's voice informed everyone his investments had borne fruit, and with the money he had purchased several new estates. Mother's voice was distinctly less bright than the rest of the family's. She gave vague, empty indications she was listening, though mostly stayed out of the conversation. Amy's voice sang her praises for George, her beloved husband, never mind the fact that she was sleeping with Didier. It was all a facade, a mere shadow of a family.
It's a shame Michel couldn't be here. Then we would have everyone.
I was there. I was right there. I hadn't gone anywhere, you just locked me in my room.
I hope she recovers soon.
I was never sick at all. The child you called Michel was actually your son. That was all there was to it. Huh?
What?
Everyone's gaze is concentrated on me. I gave them all a quick glance and then, with my deepened voice, I said, I am cured. I was cured 6 months ago. Who are you? Surely you haven't forgotten my face, have you, Father?
Michel?
Michel? This boy is Michel? A wave of chatter spread through the hall. My mother went pale. Father objected. Didier stared. George's gaped. Amy watched cautiously, fear in her eyes. What a farce. They were the ones who had wrongly decided I was a girl.
What is going on? Someone tell me, what is the meaning of this? You were dressing your son up like a girl, Mother. I assumed he was a girl. Otherwise I wouldn't have put my hands on him like that. You lied to me. I would never have agreed to it if I had known. No, you're wrong. Michelle is my daughter. You called that a girl? All these months I was worried because you said he was sick. But that was all a lie. You couldn't pass him off as a girl anymore, so you locked him up in his room. Is that what this is? And you could have just stayed there. What possessed you to show yourself now? Stop that! Don't look at me! Don't give me that look.
You said you can tell what's going through my mind, didn't you?
What?
Then you should know exactly how I feel about you right now. Don't be so damned full of yourself. I've no interest in a whore like you. So why don't you go cry into Didier's arms? Oh, heck. You!
What? Huh? What are you talking about? Why Didier? Why not me? What? Hey, anyone want to explain that for me?
What had once been a nice family meal was now utter chaos. For the briefest moments, I felt sorry for Georges, but that whispered away almost immediately. There was a crash from the table, and dishes fell, shattering against the floor.
Cursed!
A chilling darkness oozed from her voice.
She's cursed. She was my daughter. I saw it with my own eyes. I gave birth to her. She was a girl. Michel was a girl. A malevolent curse has been placed on her.
I know, this is... all at once, no wonder. When Mother lifted her head, I had difficulty believing that was the same woman who had sat by my bedside as I lay sick, sacrificing sleep to care for me. Her hair was frazzled mess, and deep creases covered her face.
Restrain her! Throw her in the room and lock the door! She's a girl! A girl! She was a girl, I swear it!
Open your eyes! Do I sound like a girl? Do I look anything like a girl? Mother's cries sent me into a frenzy. I ripped the sheet off my shoulders, throwing it to the floor. I am not a girl! And shouted.
Eh? Ah! Restrain her! Please, someone restrain her!
Fear reigned in the great hall, but then several moments of icy silence were broken by a muttering that shocked me as much as anyone else.
You are not a boy or a girl. What on earth are you?
Oh. I see.
You're an abomination.
You're not a boy. You're an abomination. I'm... what? I'd seen myself in the mirror. I was undoubtedly male. Lacking in strength though they may have been, I had visible muscles. My chest was flat and I was taller than a girl should be. My voice was deep and I had an obvious lump in the middle of my throat. I was male. I had to be male. What else could I be? So why? Why was Amy looking at me like some kind of strange creature? A chill ran down my spine, and I suddenly found myself deeply uncomfortable being so exposed.
There's nothing there. You've got nothing there.
Nothing there? I didn't understand what she was talking about. Unable to press further, I fell silent, at which point several servants burst into the great hall and restrained me.
She's a girl. She's my daughter.
Mother, seemingly in a mad daze, just repeated the same thing over and over.
She was a girl!
Mother wailed. She wandered off somewhere. Father stood there in silence. Amy stared at me with disgust in her eyes. Georges was still in a panic and Didier clenched his fist. Eventually, I started regaining my composure, which is when I realized I had made a mistake. My sickness had been made into a curse. I was once more caged up in my room. In addition to the door being locked from the outside, the windows were boarded over so no one could see in, leaving me in perpetual darkness. I received no visitors except the servants, and again, none of them would look me in the eye. Every day was the same, day in and day out, day in and day out. The only time the routine changed was when, on occasion, a servant would arrive bearing a letter. It was my mother's handwriting on the parchment. We lived in the same house, yet she refused to show herself before me. I had no choice but to respond to her letters. She demanded I speak like a girl, and I didn't have the strength to defy her. There was a constant sense of urgency to her letters, like she might fall apart completely at any second. And so I did as she said. I signed each letter Michel, the female name she bestowed upon me at birth, which I so despised. Every time I used that name, I felt like I was denying my own identity. On paper, she expressed her concern for me, but that concern only served to cause me more pain. So every time I took up my quill, my hands trembled. Mother, prayed daily that my curse might one day be broken. Am I cursed? Is that why my body changed? Was it not because I was male? There's nothing there. What did she mean by that? Why did she look at me the way she did? How am I an abomination? Why? I don't understand. Someone, anyone, please tell me. Someone, please.
I brought your supper. I will be back shortly to retrieve your dishes. Where are we going, Ren?
Wait.
What?
Wait a minute.
Yes? What do you need, Michel?
Are you a man or a woman?
Pardon?
Which are you?
I am exactly what I appear to be.
Which are you?
I am a man. That is all. I will be going now.
Clothes off.
What?
Take your clothes off right now. Everything, even your underclothes.
What? Surely you jest, Michel.
I am very serious.
I could not possibly.
Why not?
I could not expose myself.
I ordered you to take off your clothes.
You mean to humiliate me? I beg you, please reconsider.
What are you? You're a servant of the Bollinger estate. And what am I? I am a child of the Bollinger estate. I may be locked up, imprisoned in this room, but that doesn't make you any less my servant. Am I wrong? Clothes off.
Michel?
I ordered you to take your clothes off. I just got wrapped up in this. Not even the tiniest sliver of guilt arose in my conscience. I felt no shame in what I was doing. All that mattered to me was figuring out what me had meant. I wanted to find out the truth. Not knowing I would have been better off in the dark. Oh no. His face twisted in humiliation. The servant undressed before me. In the dim candlelight, the man's body was shaped almost like a rectangle. And at a glance, he didn't appear much different than me. A second later, though, I found my answer. I had found the one crucial thing he had that I didn't. Why? My lower body lacked the part that made a man a man.
Are you satisfied, Michel?
It was then that I had finally learnt what a man's body was supposed to look like.
begging you, please allow me to dress. It would be unbearable shame to remain unclothed any longer before the young Bollinger daughter.
Daughter? You still insist on calling me a damned girl? Look at these shoulders, my chest. Listen to my voice. How can you possibly think any of that belongs to a girl?
But how you appear does not...
There was a distinct look of fear in the manservant's eyes. Not out of respect for our difference in rank, but out of disgust for this incomprehensible thing standing there before him. Those trembling eyes, and the reality dangling there before me, blew the lid once more off everything I had been holding back. Without that, you would be no different than me.
What?
Everything else is the same. So why does it make such a difference? That you have one and I don't?
Michel.
I am a man. I'm a man just like you. I'm no one's daughter. Oh. And if you still insist we're not the same, then I'll make you like me. Without that, you're no different than me. It was a mix of dread and panic that pushed me over the edge. And so, in order to keep myself afloat, I decided to bring another pain.
Please don't do this, Michel.
In a blind frenzy, hardly even aware of what I was doing, just riding the current of my erupting emotions. Oh no, Michel, don't. I swiped a knife off the tray the man had brought, knocked him down, and climbed onto him. I'll get rid of it. I'll make you the same. Without it, you'll be just like me.
Get off me, please. Someone help.
I'll make you just like me.
Get in here, someone, anyone. Michel. She's delirious.
Through the fog of hysteria, I suddenly realized I was surrounded by several servants, and the next thing I knew, I was on the floor beneath them. There was many, if not more of them than when I had made the scene in the great hall. A dozen men servants stared down at me, their eyes filled with fear and revulsion. And in the shadows beyond the crowd, I saw Mother looking in on me with vacant eyes. Mother. Mother, why? Why will you only speak to me through letters? Why do you say I'm cursed? Mother, I'm male. I was always male. Tell me that I am, Mother. Let me out of here, please. I'm not delirious, my head is perfectly clear. I'm normal, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm not cursed. Mother, say something. Mother! After that, I was shut in my room again, and even the servants stopped coming. I pushed and I shoved and I pulled and I pounded with all my strength, but the door and windows didn't budge. A day passed, and then another. With no food or water, I started fearing death was upon me. I'd had no idea how miserable it was to go so long without water. My throat was dry and cracked, and it felt like I was on fire, making breathing difficult. 2 days. 48 long hours. I felt like I was going to lose my mind. After just 2 days, my skin stretched tight across my bones, looking hard and dry in the soft candlelight. Water. I need water. Someone please give me water. Why won't anyone bring me any? Why? My family had abandoned me and were leaving me to die in this room. When I realized that, I broke into uncontrollable shaking. The helplessness threatened to suffocate me. Oops. Fear of death turned to panic, which only scrambled my already confused mind further. I grabbed a chair, swinging it at the window, at the door. But all my attempts ended in crushing failure. Anyone! I clawed at the door, begging for help. Someone open the door! Anyone! Water, I need water. 1 drop, that's all I need. I'm going to die in here. Someone. Anyone. Mother, father. Didier, Georges. Someone open the door, please. Help me. Someone. I need water. My throat hurts, it burns. I'm so weak. Someone, water. Didier, George, anyone. But not a single soul came to the door. With no food or water, the 3rd day came and went, and then the 4th. By that point, I was unexpectedly devoid of any sense of dignity. And there I sat there, covered in all manner of human filth. As my body quickly wasted away, still I clung to the vain hope that someone would open the door. It was all I had. Occasionally, I would hear footsteps. Whenever I did, I mustered up what meager strength I had to bang on the door. Whoever's there, please open the door. I'm begging you, someone. But my pleas fell on deaf ears. Though they didn't respond to me, I could hear the Abigails muttering to one another in the corridor.
Do you hear that? Yes, I did. I wonder what's gotten into Lady Michel. You say she was cursed. Maybe she sold her soul to the devil. How dreadful. We should stay away from that door. We don't want to be cursed too.
I'm not cursed. I did not sell my soul to the devil.
Kind of scared. Might have to find work somewhere else. Got to make sure we stay away from that door.
Why? Do you think I'm cursed? I never did anything wrong.
Lady Michel has lost her mind. She's deranged. I'm scared even thinking about her.
I'm not deranged. My mind is perfectly fine.
He's right crazy. He's right mad.
No, I'm not. I'm perfectly normal.
Teehee. Hehe.
Someone, please get me out of here. How do you survive so long? The 5th and then the 6th day passed. By that point, I was hovering on death's brink. I lacked even the willpower to hold myself up against the door. So I simply lay on the cold floor, waiting for the end. I felt no sorrow, no anger, no despair, nothing. I'd been sucked completely dry. I couldn't even compose a coherent thought, which is why when the door I had so yearned to open actually did. And someone stepped inside, standing over me. I was unable to process it. My God, what a mess.
Hey, are you still alive? Look at that. I was afraid you'd be dead.
It was Imy's voice.
I'm sorry, really. I didn't mean you much harm. But after what you said in front of the whole family, I was a little upset.
I couldn't even tell what she was saying. All I could hear were gargled sound. All I could do was moan at her. Servants.
Servants were all afraid of you now, after your little episode. So I volunteered to bring you food in their place. Everyone was so grateful. I don't think anyone likes you anymore.
Eventually, my muddy mind managed to make sense of the thing she was holding in her hand. A tray of food. I could smell it from her.
At first, I gave your food to a stray cat. I wish you could have seen it devouring every last bit.
Water.
What I didn't know, though, was that people can die in just a few days without water. I never intended to kill you. I just didn't know. I'm really sorry about that.
Water.
But you're alive. For someone so physically weak, you sure are tenacious. Isn't that nice? You have one thing you can be proud of.
Water.
What was that? Water? You want water? Hold on, I've got some right here.
She picked up a goblet with her delicate fingers. My hand swiped weakly at the air, trying to grab it. A grin spread across her lips, and then she let go.
Go on, drink. You'd better hurry, or the rug will absorb it all. You wanted water, didn't you? Then drink.
In that moment, I could hear the sound of the last of my dignity crumbling away. Driven solely by my survival instinct, I bent down toward the rug. Pressing my lips against the spreading puddle.
You really did it. This is too good, Michel. You look like a cat. No, cats are much more graceful. I can't stop laughing. The daughter of a prestigious family, the Bollingers, sucking water out of a carpet. Ah, I wish I had a painter here to capture this image on canvas. Oh, you know, I accept that I made a mistake, Michel. I promise I'll bring you your food from now on. I'll take very good care of you. This is going to be fun.
Listening to her childish yet deeply malicious laughter, I understood. I was her plaything now. My hell was only just beginning. Having gotten food and water, my body recovered somewhat. But I was hardly in peak condition. That would take some time, given how badly malnourished I'd been. Amy continued to treat me like her pet, constantly stoking the flame of rage within me. But I was too weak to stay on my feet for long, and talking hurt my throat. I assumed it was a calculated effort on her part to maintain power over me, to keep me as miserable as possible. She always had a smirk on her face as she gazed down at me.
Come on, open up. Today I'm going to feed you myself. What's the matter? I can't put anything in with your mouth closed. Or do you want to starve to death?
Amy, why are you doing this?
Why? Because it is fun. Why else?
You married into this family, you sick wench. What gives you the idea you can treat me?
Are you saying that because I married in, I am less a stature than you? That's true, I am. But what's your point? You think you can intimidate me with formalities?
Amy.
Ew! I would rather you not speak my name, if you wouldn't mind.
That doesn't excuse your treatment of me. Someone, Didier or George, will make you pay for this.
You don't have a single friend here, Michel. No one to take your side. No one to say a thing about me playing with you. Assuming you were somehow able to tell someone, no one would believe you.
That's a lie.
You have any idea what people say about you? They say you've gone mad. They say you sold your soul to the devil. Do you honestly believe anyone would trust you?
I'm not mad.
I don't know. You look plenty mad to me.
Fine. Then I'll run away. I'll escape from this estate and from you.
You think you could survive out in the world with that body? A stray cat could lift more than you. You could never find work. I give you a week, at best.
You can't be so sure of that. Maybe I could make it on my own.
Maybe, but either way, there's no way you're getting out. You try to run, someone might just cut your legs off.
How is that at all necessary?
Don't ask me. Maybe because your curse hasn't broken. You know, you're lucky you're even allowed to live. And you should be grateful to me for volunteering to take care of you. No one else wanted to have anything to do with it. So if you want to keep living, you have to show me some respect. And you have to do everything I tell you to. Understood?
So this is the real you. You were just pretending to be respectable. When in reality, not only are you sleeping with Didier, you're a downright vile woman. You've been putting on an act ever since you got here.
Oh, you make it sound like I'm somehow worse than anyone else. I am quite normal, thank you.
How is this normal?
Listen to me, Michel. The side of me you see right now isn't necessarily the whole thing. The sweet girl I am for the family is also me. And when I held you in my arms, that too was me. I'm not putting on an act.
Liar.
Although, to tell you the truth, I never actually liked you, so that part was a lie, yes. If Mother hadn't asked, I would have never even considered getting friendly with you.
Me.
You know, life as a noble woman is so dull. It's so restrictive. No room for love at all. So can you really blame me? There so happened to be the most wonderful knight right here for the taking. Why shouldn't I have gone after him? I'm still young. Let me have some fun, you know. Not like women have much else in the way of recreation.
So it wasn't Didier, but you who seduced him.
And it all would have worked out so beautifully too, if you had only kept your mouth shut. You ruined our family gathering and damaged my reputation. And you called me a whore. That wasn't very nice now, was it? Is it any surprise I'm a little sore? You brought this on yourself, Michel.
I brought this on myself? Don't you dare. Nothing justifies what you're doing to me. I'm not the disturbed one. You're a crazy whore and don't you try and pretend otherwise, damn you.
Oh my, such a language. You're not being very nice to me, Michel. Girls aren't supposed to talk like that, you know.
I am not a girl.
Then what are you?
I'm a man.
A man? With that body?
Big yikes going on here. Amy quietly rose, grabbed me by the hair and shoved me to the floor. Let go of me.
You call yourself a man? You can't even get out of a girl's grip. I'm not all that strong either. In fact, I'd say I'm rather weak. Just a small, powerless girl. If you were a man, you would have no problem breaking free. malnourished or otherwise. But you can't.
Get. She traced the lines of my emaciated ribs with her nails, traveling slowly, down my chest.
But even ignoring that, you're missing the most important part.
Stop. Get off me. I tried to shove her aside with all the strength I could squeeze out of my arms, but as Amy said, I couldn't even overpower a girl. All I could do was lie there beneath her and beg. Get off me. Groaning in anger and frustration. Her finger came to a stop just above my navel. She looked up at me with a sweet smile, and then pulled her hand away. And just as a wave of relief spread through me, she shoved me back, jumped up, and slammed her foot between my legs. I shuddered as the pain jolted up my spine. Ugh! Amy looked down on me as I screamed. Amy, what are you doing? A smirk spread across her face.
Oh my, does that hurt? That's a surprise. Even without boy parts, it still hurts.
Stop, please. And she didn't stop at stepping on me. I'm begging you, stop, please. She dug her toes into my flesh.
What are you exactly, Michel? From the feel of it, you don't quite have proper girl parts either.
Amy, please. Top of the physical pain, unbearable humiliation and shame corroded away at my spirit.
What a strange creature you are.
Stop. If I could have died right there and then, honestly, that would have been preferable to the emotional hell she was putting me through.
You should take a look at yourself in the mirror, Michel. You're crying, sobbing like a sad little girl. Not much of a boy, are you? And you lusted after me with this body. Seriously, you're disgusting. I can't believe you actually had the gall to fall for me.
Amy's abuse was not a one-time occurrence. As she had promised, she came to feed me every day. But her arrival brought nothing but anguish and torture. Every day she chipped away more of my spirit, but I hadn't succumbed to her yet. My anger still overpowered any fear I felt. About a week after Amy started caring for me.
Have you been a good girl, Michel? I brought you your supper. I'll set it right here for you. What's the matter, Michel? Your food's right there. It's going to get cold. Go on, eat. But no using your hands. Crawl over and use your mouth. Come on, eat. Or would you rather I fed you?
You.
What was that? Do you have something to say?
I'll kill.
I can't understand a word you're saying, Michel. If you would eat, you would have enough strength to talk. Huh?
I'm going to kill you, Amy! That was, I believe, the first time in my life I had felt a sincere, overpowering desire to end someone's life. I wanted to see her dead. With my hands and my legs tied up, I lurched for her, and like the dog she so wanted me to be, I chomped down on her waist, on her wrist. Uh-oh. The taste of someone else's blood was far more unpleasant than I had expected. I felt like I was going to vomit. But I was determined to not let go of her wrist for any reason. I would gnaw through to the bone and rip her entire hand off. She could beat me unconscious and I still wouldn't let go. She would have to kill me to get me off of her. I wanted her to feel the same pain I felt, when she trampled on me.
Let go!
My body never did what I wanted it to, though. I couldn't swear in my life I wouldn't release her. I could swear in my life I wouldn't release her arm. But I could never seem to make good on my determination. Amy's foot flew up into my emaciated gut. The pointed tip of her shoe dug into my flesh like a knife, and I collapsed to the floor in a fit of convulsion. Just as I was about to cough up a mouthful of stomach acid, she rammed her foot into my abdomen a second time. She didn't give me enough time to get to my feet, let alone fight back, before she kicked me again. Again and again and again and again. Stop! My gut, my chest, my legs, and my face.
What is wrong with you? Don't you get it? You are not the one in control here. You should be thanking me. What you did to me that day was incredibly hurtful. Yet here I am, bringing you food. Can you not see just how kind-hearted I am? So why would you go and bite me? What would possess you to do such a thing?
Gasping for breath, my consciousness slipping away from me, I caught a glimpse of Amy's eyes as she swung her leg back for another kick. And when I did, a single word rose to my mind. Demon.
Isn't that something? You can't even stand up to a girl. I'm not that strong. I'm weak and frail. This is the first time I've ever kicked someone. I've absolute control over you, Michel. You understand that now, right? You learned your lesson, didn't you?
Not an ounce of strength remained within me. My tongue and cheeks were torn up. My mouth tasted of blood. Thinking herself weak and having no experience in the ways of physical violence, she knew no restraint. The ignorant can be so much more brutal and viciously relentless than the seasoned. My vision had gone red and I could hardly feel my own face. There was a strange gurgling sound with every breath I took.
Oh, jeez, what am I going to do about this hand? It hurts like crazy. Oh, I know. I'll tell everyone you finally lost it and try to bite my hand off. It'll feel so bad for me. I can just see the sad looks on Didier and George's faces. They will not. You know, your brothers have completely given up on you. Deranged sister is nothing but trouble. You know what you are, Michel? You are a demon child.
Why was I the demon and not her? Why did no one come to my aid? Several times I considered ending my life, but every time I did, memories of better days came back to me, of times before my body had transformed, days when we were all so sure of our happiness, kept me chained to life. Why couldn't things still be the way they had been then? In my heart, I hadn't changed at all, so how had things ended up like this?
Michel? Oh, Michel, are you in there?
Did you need something, Georges?
No, come on, don't be like that. Do I have to need something to talk to you?
No, but you look like you were in an unusually good mood, so I thought...
Well, why wouldn't I be? It's a wonderfully gloomy day out.
I would understand if it were clear out, but you can't really say it's wonderfully gloomy.
Well, you can't be outside for very long when it's not cloudy, so in our case, this is perfect weather.
Ah.
What do you say we go out for a little stroll while we can? Dee is around today too, so we can see if he's up for it. It'll be like old times. We've been running around like headless chickens lately, so we haven't had much of a chance for a sibling outing. We'll have Mum make us lunch and then... Oh, we'll take a couple horses up to the forest edge.
I'm fine with that if you are.
You bet your bum I am. I asked after all. Now come on, let's go.
Yeah. I mean, if any of them, it would probably be George's. But I'm positive that Didier was the one that, you know. At the very least, I think George's must have been the one that sent Giselle. An outing, you say?
Yep. Hop on a couple horses and head for the forest. We haven't done this in a while, so I figured why not.
I see. Well, if Michel's coming, I see no reason to say no. Let's set off right away.
Whoa, slow down there. Are you saying you wouldn't go if it was just me? It's Michel or nothing?
Of course. Why on earth would I want to go horse riding alone with you? I would rather drown myself.
Leg gasp!
Michel just shoves him out. Didier? Could I perhaps make a small request? Go on, let's hear it. Do you mind if I hold the horse's reins? Oh, that's all? By all means. I'll be there behind you to make sure nothing happens, so have at it. But do be warned, my horse is a bit temperamental. So if you're not gentle, he'll start getting moody with you. I doubt that will be a problem for you, though, Michel. I'll be careful.
Hey! Whoa! Slow down, guys.
Aha! Look at that, Michel. George is still fumbling around all the way back there. Are we going a bit too fast? No, you're fine. That you were able to get past that so quickly is proof of your talent.
Finally caught up. This isn't a race, you know. Why can't we enjoy the scenery, indulge in some nice pathos?
A warrior and his horse need not of pathos. Isn't that right, Michel? It certainly is, Didier.
Come on, you guys, be nice. This was my idea. You've really taken after old Dee, haven't you, Michel? I, for one, would rather see you admiring flowers, or dancing with butterflies, or gazing out at the beautiful sunset, or enjoying poetry. More pathos, my dear sister, and less barbarianism.
Long swords, suits of armor, tales of heroic knights are so much more appealing, though.
You've let him get his claws in too deep, Michel. Oh dear, oh my, I'm going to have 2 meathead siblings before I know it.
What did you just call me?
Now...
Oh, now, you two. Why don't we stop here for a picnic?
Seconded. My stomach's been rumbling up a storm.
I took a few bites earlier because I was just about to die back there. I hope your horse throws you into a river. Oh, absolutely. George definitely sent all those books.
Hey, so, the other day, I brought a cat home.
Cat?
Yeah, speckled from head to tail and ugly as a witch's ass. I was gonna keep it in my room, but Mum flipped when she saw it. Keep that filthy thing out of my house.
Wish there was something we could do about how much of a clean freak she is. Georges, try not to stress Mother too much. You're unpredictable enough as it is. It would be nice, though, to have a cat, I mean.
You think so? Oh, then how about this? We'll keep it in the courtyard. I'll feed it on days when it's clear, and you can do it when it's cloudy, Michel.
I don't know what cats eat, though.
I bet he'd like pastries.
I want a pastry. Right now. Why would you say this? Do you want to kill the cursed thing? I cannot approve of anyone taking care of an animal who thinks that's a good idea.
Sorry. Oh, pull the stick out of your arse, Dee. Life's all about experimentation. Live and learn.
Summers! It's gonna sneak on over there and steal it. Don't worry about it. Don't experiment on animals.
Well, if you're going to be like that, how about you help out too? You can keep an eye on us and make sure we don't do anything stupid.
What? Now you're trying to drag me into this.
Already done! You're in. It's settled.
Damn it, Georges.
Now we need to come up with a name. Have any ideas, Michel?
What? You want me to name it? Not very often you get to give another living thing a name. Well, I guess you might have a few more chances down the road. Consider this practice. Something elegant and beautiful. You've got this. Now, Georges, don't put so much pressure on her. You have a point, though. It is a good opportunity. Don't stress too much about it, Michel. Just choose something you like. You said the cat was speckled and ugly.
Yep, one look at and you'll be laughing so hard you can't breathe.
All right, then. Ugly Speckles. Mm-hmm.
That's its name.
It would seem you do not have a feature in the arts, Michel. But you said it was ugly and speckled, Georges.
I did, yes. But you could have tried a little harder than that, though. But you know, why not? Ugly Speckles it is. Haha.
Oh no, see you later, Summers. You left at least at a more uplifting point, so that's a good thing. I'll see you later. I can't believe Discord's not letting you shed pickies. I'll imagine the rolls. Quick, leave before anything bad happens.
It's actually kind of charming when you say it out loud. Aha! Ugly Speckles!
It's not that funny. It's quite something indeed. The more I think about it, the more I...
Not you too, Didier. Haha, we should bring Ugly Speckles on our next outing. Sitting together beneath the clouds, having lunch.
That we should. When Michelle's gotten a little bigger, let's do this again. The three of us and our ugly speckled cat.
You said it. We're all good friends here after all.
I've never been your friend, though.
God, must you always be such a jerk?
Haha. And then they were friends forever and everything went great. Didier, Georges, was Amy telling the truth? Do you really think I'm nothing but trouble? Do you think I've lost my mind? That I'm a demon child? Didier, Georges, why do you not open this door for me and let me out? Were the things I said that day really so heinous? Do you resent me too, like Amy? Lydia. Georges. How do you think about me now? Is this body really so unusual? I don't like the song. It keeps playing when bad things happen, and it's not great. If I hadn't undergone the transformation I did, would things have been the way they were before? Would we be able to go out into the forest again and make silly, meaningless conversation, everyone laughing like we had then? If this body hadn't changed the way it did, would I not be trapped in the darkness? Even if that were the case, I didn't want to be a girl. If God descended from heaven and offered to change me back, I would have turned him down, because inside, I wasn't a girl. And my nightmare at Amy's hands didn't end there either. As much as I loathed to admit it, I was terrified of her. Every day I dreaded the sound of the door opening. However, if I were to block the door off with furniture, I would lose my only remaining lifeline. I had no choice in the matter.
It is time for supper, Michel. I brought your favorite, parsnips.
Oh. Oof.
Well, what the dogs didn't eat of them anyway. But you don't mind, or do you? I'm going to cut your nails today, Michel. I need you to stay very still. I wouldn't want my hands to slip. So make sure you do. I'm tying you up. This way you can't accidentally move. Here's your water, Michel. What? It's murky? Oh, heavens me. I must have fetched it from the wash basin by mistake. It's supper time, Michel. I brought you parsnips again. Don't worry, the dogs didn't have any of these. They didn't seem to be interested in eating them raw. What? You don't want any? Then what am I going to do with these? You know, Michel, you're such a disgrace. Cry for me, won't you? Beg for mercy. Uh-huh. Look at you, all that pride. Gone out the window. It's hilarious, I tell you.
Yeah. Hopefully he might have started liking them again because of how great Michel is. She did everything imaginable to torture me, both physically and emotionally. To be honest, it was rather impressive in a sick way, how she was able to come up with so many different ways to torment me, and she knew precisely what caused the most pain. My body, and the discrepancy between what I was and what I felt I was. She delighted in telling me I wasn't male, and sometimes in showing me, but I don't think I need to describe the things she did to me in any more detail. I could think of only one way to keep myself from breaking down. I completely stopped talking, stopped struggling. Then one day, after about 6 months or so, she said with a disinterested sigh, "I am done." And that was the last of it. By swallowing my pride and not resisting, I was able to escape from her grip. Once she was gone, the servants took over attending me again. I was still imprisoned, but now there was a serenity in my solitude. I didn't speak with anyone. I didn't make eye contact. I didn't do anything. I just lived. Even though I had peace, I still feared Amy having a change of heart. I trembled at the possibility that one day it might be her that opened the door. But above all, I hated, despised the fact that I lived in fear of a girl. An overwhelming self-loathing threatened to crush me. I had recurring nightmares about the things Amy had done to me. The wounds she gave me did not heal, they only grew worse, eating away at me day after day. I was beginning to lose confidence in my own sanity in the silent darkness, where there was no sense of time. The line between dream and reality blurred. I often found myself screaming, crying out into the empty air. I clawed at my skin, pulled at my hair, paced back and forth across the room, pounded at the door, yelling for help. Screamed some more. It was the very image of pitiful. Absolute wretchedness. And every time I did, I'm sure there was someone on the other side of that door whispering about how poor Michel had lost her mind. Eventually, I gave up entirely. I need some water real quick. Sorry, my throat is just not doing well today, but I really want to continue. That might be nice actually. Yeah, yeah, let's do a tea break actually. Ugh. It was a stormy night in my 16th year. I had been confined for more than 2 years at that point. Heavy rain pounded against the windows like thousands of little spears. I was sitting quietly on my bed, unable to fall asleep, when suddenly there was a loud banging on the door. Michael. Michel. Michel, are you awake?
If you aren't, then hurry up and get awake! We've got big trouble!
Lower your damned voice.
What?
When I first heard my brother's voices after so long, I thought I was hallucinating. In 2 years, they had never once come for me, no matter how hard I pounded on the door, no matter how many times I called for them. And after all that time, I didn't expect that to ever change. I'd given up, assumed they had long since cast me aside. Unable to bring myself to say anything, I simply stared at the door. When there was another bam bam, the sound was half consumed by a crack of thunder, giving it an indescribably eerie quality. Please, say something, Michel.
Seriously, there's no time! Our brother bands.
You can hear us in there, can't you? You're in there behind the door, aren't you?
Come on, just one word, Michel.
Is it really you, Didier, Georges? For a moment, they seemed to be at a loss for words. Probably because they almost didn't recognize my voice. But it was only a heartbeat, and then Didier spoke. There is a carriage waiting outside. I'm going to unlock the door so you can leave in it. Why? Because
Dad's talking crazy. He's saying the Bollinger family has no need for a demon child, and that you're a mark of shame on our name. So he's gonna have you executed.
Georges? Father wants me dead. It felt like the floor had fallen out from under me. Executed? Demon child? Mark of shame? So he was saying I didn't even deserve to live anymore.
It's planned for tomorrow morning. We only just found out ourselves, which is why.
You prepared a way for me to escape. But why? Why do you even need to ask? Because we're family. Something terrible has gotten into Father. I clenched my teeth, fighting back a bitter, angry sigh. But I couldn't keep all those emotions bottled up for long. A maelstrom of feelings I thought I had lost in my 2 years of imprisonment swelled up inside me, spilling from my lips. Why? Why are you doing this now? If you really felt that way, then why didn't you come sooner? 2 years I spent locked in this room. Do you have any idea how I felt in that time? Any idea how hard I had to fight to endure? How many times I cried for your help? How hard I pounded on the door begging to be set free? But never once did you come. Not even once. Michel. I scared you, don't I? Well, I scare you, don't I? You think I've gone insane, that I've lost my mind. That I sold my soul to the devil, don't you?
No, Michel, we don't.
Then why? Why didn't you come for me and set me free? Michel, we don't think you've lost your mind at all. Oh, you didn't want to see me then. You didn't want to face what I'd become. Tell me I'm wrong, Didier, Georges. You left me here, abandoned me, for 2 whole years. Locked me away so you didn't have to see me.
I'm sorry, I'm just, really busy with my art. I've been getting a ton of commissions down at the court, and Didier's a knight now, so he's up to his neck in expeditions. I'm really sorry.
As am I. I cannot say that you are wrong. After what happened, I wasn't sure how I was supposed to act around you. I'm still not sure, even now. I knew I had to find the time to collect myself, but I kept putting it off, vainly hoping that time would take care of it all. And for that, I owe you an apology. But you need to understand, I do not agree with Father's decision. I do not want to lose you. I don't think you're a demon child. And Georges feels the same. Neither of us want to see you dead.
What he said, Michel. There's not much time. We need to get you out of here.
I bit down hard on my lower lip, hard enough to draw blood. It was that, or start sobbing. It's a little late for that. Michel.
If you don't get out of here, you're going to be killed.
If I'm not an angel sent from heaven, or a demon child, then what am I? What on earth am I?
What are you?
You're a Bollinger. You're our family, and that's all there is to it. I pray you can forgive me for averting my eyes for so long. Can I trust you? Can I trust that even if the whole world says I'm cursed, that you'll always be on my side? That you'll always be my brothers? Can I put my trust in you once more, Didier, Georges? You absolutely can, Michel. I swear to God on high.
And I swear to the god of art.
What is that? Oh, okay. Michel. I have no other choice, do I? I couldn't talk Father out of it, could I? I would rather you didn't try. He is not a man to change his mind. If you were to show up before him, he would likely draw his sword on you himself. It would destroy Mother. I'm sorry, we're not doing this only for you. Okay, I'll go.
Oh, thank goodness!
The carriage will take you to the mansion, Michel. It's a property Father purchased some time ago, but due to rumors about the house, it's abandoned. No one wants to buy it from him either, and that's unlikely to change. It's the ideal place to keep you out of sight. What kind of rumors? Well,
no point in keeping it a secret. He has a right to know. They say a witch lives there.
A witch?
I think it's all just made up, personally. I went to check the place out and there was no one there. It was a little dreary, to be sure.
I had hoped to have a better place arranged for you, but there wasn't enough time. This is only temporary, Michel. I cannot say how long it will be, but father will pass away eventually. And when he does, Georges will inherit the estate, and that will mean you can return. So I ask that you hold out until that time. If I don't leave, I'm going to be executed. So send me anywhere, I won't complain. I'm glad to hear you say that. I will talk to father and ensure he does not suspect anything.
We'll make this work. Don't you worry. The long and short of it is, Dad simply wants you erased from the family.
Georges!
Oh, sorry. I wasn't trying to be mean. But anywho, once I take over, we're in the clear. You'll be acknowledged as a Bollinger.
I see. Okay then.
Can I open the door now?
Just a minute.
What? You're still not ready?
I don't have any clothing.
Oh, right, you wouldn't, huh?
How tall are you now, Michel?
Around
the same height as you, I think.
You're taller than me? Damn!
All right, I'll bring you some of my clothes. Thank you.
Wow, I don't think I've ever heard you say thank you without putting up a fight, Michel.
That's not true, I don't think. Aha. I'll be back soon. Get what you need together.
All right.
Oh no, that's 10 years. He was there for 10 years. Well, at least he wasn't in that house. I feel like, I don't know, that would be a little bit better at least. But why would Didier then... Maybe his mother was the one that did it instead? Because he sent a letter to Georges, or not Georges, but one of his brothers. We don't know who exactly. I just assumed it was Didier, actually. And his mother. So he sent 2 letters. Yeah. Amy just kind of stopped harassing Michel because she got bored because Michel finally stopped resisting. So it wasn't fun for her, I guess, maybe. And then he lived there for 2 more years until his father was finally like, we need to execute Michel because he's a demon child. And then his brothers went to Michel and prepared an escape thing for him to the mansion and all of that. That's all that happened, really. Now they're just talking about how they're gonna get him back later on when their father dies, but we know that didn't happen. So we're very, I don't know, very curious what happened there. Sitting in the carriage, waiting outside, listening to the pitter-patter of the rain, I gazed out at my 2 brothers. I hadn't seen them in 2 years, but they hardly looked any different than how I remembered them. I was the one who had changed, and dramatically at that. Looking at them, I couldn't help but remember the old days. Playing chess with Didier, learning to draw from Georges. Our sibling outings. However, the ominous sound of thunder crashing in the distance drowned out those memories. The mansion is several days' travel from here. Hopefully the carriage isn't too uncomfortable. I will send a package with any supplies you need once a month. Food, clothing, and something to pass the time. If there's anything you want, Michel, just tell me. Now, or you can have a servant pass the message on to me. I can't think of... Actually, wait, I can think of one thing. I would like a chess set. Alright, I'll have one made. I'd rather have yours, Didier. That be possible? Are you sure you want that beaten old thing? Yes, I want that one. Alright then, I'll include it in the first delivery.
I'll send you something too, Michel. Anything you want, just tell me.
In that case, I would like smart tools. I'm nowhere near as much of an artist as you are, Georges, so they don't have to be anything special.
Gotcha. So some canvas and, how about some charcoal? When you're back, I want to see what you've made with it, okay?
Okay. I know this is already hard enough on you, Michel, but I need to ask you to do something for me. Avoid making contact with anyone who doesn't already know about you. So, I can't talk to anybody but the servants. Put simply, yes. Tomorrow the world will consider you dead. So we cannot have people finding out that you are actually alive. Especially Father. Please do this for me. I've been doing that for 2 years already. I've long since lost interest in interacting with anybody, so you don't need to ask me to keep to myself. Right. Does anyone else know I'm alive? Yes, Mother knows. In fact, this was her idea. It was.
She loves you, Michel. She really does. Mom just, having a little trouble facing the truth. So even though she's not here to see you off, I guarantee you she doesn't want to see you dead. She wants to have you her life again.
I expect Mother will be writing to you, so please take the time to write her back. She's a troubled woman, but her love for you is true and unwavering. Will you do that?
Just a quick little, hey, got your letter, doing great, it'll suffice.
All right.
Just so you know, it kills me indeed that we can't stand up to Dad. As long as he lives, his word is God in this house.
I understand that, yes.
Well, you never know. He could be gone quicker than you expect. Week from now, and bam, he's dead as Dee's social life.
Is there not an ounce of respect in your body?
Oh, give me a break, I'm upset. He's gone way too far. And once he's dragged his ass off to the great beyond, anything goes. Surprise, Michel was alive.
Yeah, I suppose.
And then we'll take care of things here. Tomorrow's gonna be the performance of our lives. Crying like a couple of big old babies and laughing our tails off inside.
You'll forgive me if I have trouble trusting that loose tongue of yours.
I'm not stupid. I know this is important. Not even Ime'll suspect a thing.
Imee.
Yeah, not even she knows. It's gonna crush her, I'm sure, but the less people who know, the better.
When George said her name, my whole body went shamefully cold. It had been 1.5 years since the hell she'd put me through, and every last detail of it remained carved into my mind and body. There was no way she would even be slightly sad about my death. She might act it, but she would almost certainly be elated by the news. It seemed George had still yet to see what lay beneath that woman's mask.
I know you two were close.
Huh?
Are you worried about how this might affect her?
What?
She cared for you for 6 months, didn't she? When you wouldn't let the servants in.
What?
Well, I hear you've got real close to dying in there. You wouldn't even eat unless she was there.
Who the hell told you that?
What? Is that not what happened?
Did something happen between you two, Michel? I didn't do a damn. Never. never mind. I can't tell them. I can't put what I went through into words. It will only worsen my shame. Especially not in front of my brothers. Georges, how are things between you and Amy?
Oh, are you still letting what happened 2 years ago get to you? Well, I mean, at the time, things were a total disaster. I'm all excited about getting myself a pretty little wife, only to find out she's rocking the boat with someone else. I cried for weeks.
Yeah, sorry.
Uh-huh. Deep down, though, she ain't actually a bad girl. She's young and kids make mistakes. After it all came out, she turned over a new leaf. She started doting on me, something serious, and well, it's hard not to let one little mistake like that go when she's trying so hard to make up with me. The age excuse doesn't work for Dee, though. For about a year, things were really rough between us.
What, like this one?
Didn't even want to look at him. But at the end of the day, we're family. We can get past anything. Besides, because you let the cat out of the bag, that gave you something to hold over Dee. All things considered, I'm not complaining.
So, you would say you're happy then, Georges?
Sure would, yep. Believe it or not, I'm kinda head over heels for her. Hard not to like a girl like Amy.
Oh, I see.
Do you really feel that bad about 2 years ago?
So she's still keeping up the good girl facade over Georges and Didier. No one else knows she's actually a sadistic, cackling demon. There's nothing less trustworthy in the world than a woman who's always smiling. Oh. Man, all of this. But if Georges thinks he's happy, I can't take that away from him.
Michel?
Oh, right. Yes. I do feel guilty about the way I lost control of my emotions and took it out on you guys. It happens to everyone. In fact, you could stand to do a little more shouting and fussing. Then you could. Because I have underdeveloped social skills. You heard that?
You've got one hell of a nasty streak, can't Dee?
I'm glad to hear you're still on good terms. It wasn't my intention to pit the two of you against each other. We know the blame falls on my shoulders. I want you to know something, Michel. Though your transformation was too much for Mother and Father to accept, with enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before, just like it did for myself and George's. None of this is your fault. It was all unfortunate timing.
Todd's a little bit of a jerk, too.
Try not to forget that I am a knight, Georges. In time. Speaking of which, we don't have much left. I'm going to tell the coachman to set off, okay? Didier. Yes. Tell me the truth. Will the three of us ever meet again? Why would you ever ask that? Of course we will.
Not a chance of letting this be our last family get-together.
One last question, then. Yes. Am I your brother?
Well, I mean, look at you. You don't look like much of a sister to me. So yeah, I'd say you are.
I see. So long, then. Farewell. And may good health bless you until we meet again.
Until then, Michel.
Farewell. Before setting me off for good, they both gave me strong, firm hugs. Didier first, and then George's. The warmth I felt in their arms My family's arms slowly spread through my chilled body, which made it that much more difficult to part ways. The wheels of the carriage rattled against the wet, stone-paved road. I stuck my head out the window, watching as they shrunk into the distance, standing there in the rain until they were completely out of view. The tightness filled my breast. Every glimmer of hope I had for my new life was matched by an equal degree of darkness and uncertainty. Would I ever make it back home? And if I did, would people still call me a demon child? Having to write mother was another uncomfortable weight in my soul. The thought of having to play a girl for her made me sick. Georges had acted like it would be nothing, but it wasn't that easy. It was more than mere pretend. Didier had said that, with time, things would change. How could he be certain that those changes would be for the better? The wooden wheels turned, carrying me away, that cursed mansion. Yeah, got a lot of things. The next thing I know, I'm sinking into a vast void. Darkness cuffs my hands and legs, restricting my movement. Images of the past I'd kept buried away for so long stream past me. This isn't how I wanted it to happen. Not coming from my own mouth, but being laid bare for all to see without my consent. That wasn't how I wanted her to find out about my secret, about my shameful history.
I warned you, my dear. I told you you didn't want to reclaim your old self. If you had simply let it be, you wouldn't be here now, forced to relive it all. Now do you understand? The tale I spun behind the fourth door was as much for you as it was for her. There, you were a young man with a sad fate, that you met a wonderful woman, fell in love with her, and then died in the arms of tragedy. The sequence of events is not far from the truth, but I was able to turn it into something enchanting and beautiful. I got rid of all the nasty little details. Your ugliness, your body troubles, all of that. Doesn't it seem a bit unfair, Michel? You tore down the walls around Giselle's heart, around her past, but you wanted to keep your own nice and safe hidden away. She has every right to be upset. You were afraid she wouldn't accept you, were you not? And that's precisely what happened. But can you honestly blame her? The truth you've kept hidden away is not something most would be able to accept. The prince who came riding in to save her, silence, wasn't actually a man. Please, enough. I've seen enough. Let it stay buried, please. Just stop this. I don't want to see it. I don't want anything to do with it. What a sad little creature you are, my dear. Not a woman in this world would have any interest in you now. You've surrounded yourself with layer upon layer of walls, covered yourself with this patchwork, barely held together, built of masks, and so the only thing keeping you together. You're the frailest one of all, the weakest. And it's about time you accepted that and stopped trying to fight it. I am not weak. Oh, is that so? Let's proceed with the tale then, shall we? Face the one you hate the most in the world, yourself. Your weakness, your ugliness. Face it in despair. Don't. Again. Once again, my own desires, my own wishes are completely irrelevant.
The past sprawls out before me once more. And the witch is exactly right. I despise the man I was then, teeming with vain hope and foolish dreams. I would rather pretend that part of me never existed. But I have no choice. I'm dragged back into the life I once lived. My pleas for mercy, fading into dark nothingness. I couldn't remember how long it had been since the capital had disappeared into the distance. I'd been on the road for some time now. We'd long since paved roads behind. The carriage rocked back and forth as it proceeded down the rough dirt path. For hours I stared through the window as unfamiliar scenery flowed past. Eventually a fog settled over the area, making it difficult to discern night from day. We made our way through the dark, dense woods, and beyond them, like the world fading into view after a dream, a mansion appeared before us. All the windows were either shuttered or boarded, encasing the house in darkness. In a way, it felt like all I had done was move from one prison to a much larger one. Briefly, they had possibly been sealed to keep anyone from seeing me inside, but my coming here was a very recent development. More likely then, the house had been in this condition when it was initially purchased. Quite the piece of property my father had found himself with. I wondered if he had been swindled by its previous owner. It was a gloomy, uninviting place, but it didn't appear to be in disrepair. The coachman left my luggage outside the door, gave me an empty farewell, and then went on his way. I was entirely alone. I spent some time just staring out at the forest, but naturally, there was nothing of interest to be found there. So I quietly turned around and opened the door to the mansion. It's certainly dark. I could barely even see my own feet. Briefly, I considered trying to unshutter a window or two, but ended up deciding against it. The less inviting the place looked, the easier it would be for me to avoid contact with the outside world, as Didier had recommended. Standing there in the darkness for several minutes, my eyes gradually grew accustomed to the lack of light. While it was hardly ideal, it was sufficient to take a look around the house. The inside didn't seem to have received the same level of care as the outside. Everything was dusty, and the air had many years stale. But I wasn't in a cleaning mood, so I dug through my luggage for a bundle of candles, lighting one with a flint. A stained glass window. Examining the large room I found myself in, I came across a stained glass window depicting an angel. The archangel, after whom I had been named, looked solemnly down upon me. Quite the joke. 2 columns of evenly spaced pews ran the length of the room, all facing the multicolored window. I set a candlestick on a podium of some sort, which is when I realized. This is a chapel. A flat length of silver, bent in the middle, was mounted as a pulpit space. When I saw it, I knew exactly what it used to be. A cross. The pews went facing the stained glass, but the cross. Why, though? Felt as though the mansion had been built up around the chapel, rather than the opposite. I was perplexed as to why anyone would do that. But, of course, there was no one around to sate my curiosity. Taking the candlestick back in hand, I made my way beyond the pulpit. There sat a metal door. I pressed one hand against the cool surface and my heart leapt. It was abnormally cold. Though the door itself seemed perfectly normal, An inexplicable anxiety spread through me. It was a very unusual sensation. Oh, is this when he awakened the witch? My instincts told me I should stay far, far away. My heart told me it was my duty to see what lay beyond. What am I going to find back there? After a few moments' hesitation, I decided to act in opposition to my instincts. I was looking at a long spiral staircase. The wooden stairs stretched so high I couldn't tell where they ended. An observation tower, perhaps? As if being pushed forward by some inhumane force. Or inhuman force. I mounted the staircase. By the third or fourth loop, soft light began peeking into the tower, through regularly shaped rectangular openings in the stone wall. Through one such window, I gazed outside, and far off in the distance beyond the seemingly endless ocean of trees, I saw a small village. Nowhere I'm ever going to go. So many stairs. It had been quite some time since I had exerted myself this much. I hardly had any opportunity locked away in the chambers. With every step I took, I could hear my joints creaking and my muscles screaming. I was long since out of breath, only staying upright with the help of the wall. This is pitiful, damn it. No, I feel bad. It's fine. Going upstairs is not easy. It's really big. But turning back never occurred to me. I had to keep climbing, had to make it to the top. And it was that feeling of necessity that pushed my exhausted body upward. By the time I reached the top, I was practically gasping for air. Sweat streaming down my forehead. I wiped it aside, turning my gaze towards yet another door. Unlike the first. What on earth? A tangle of rope covered the surface. Layers upon layers of it, making its intent abundantly clear. Nothing shall come in or out. It didn't look like it had been put there recently either. Much of it was rotted. Out of curiosity, I grabbed at the coil and yanked. The rope snapped in several places, chunks falling limply to the floor. That wasn't enough to allow the door to open, though. People only seal doors like this for a reason. Largely because they didn't want or couldn't allow others to see what hid behind them. Like what they did to me. For a few moments I felt as though I was looking down at myself from outside my body. If it hadn't been this man, but someone else standing here, they have turned back at the sight of the sealed door, acting as though nothing was there. Would they have done as I did? I ground my teeth, a mix of annoyance and bitterness rushing through me. I did not hesitate. I held the flame of the candle up to the wall of rope, careful not to set the whole thing ablaze. Slowly, carefully, burning through them one by one. It was repetitive and time-consuming, but I persisted, wiping away sheets of sweat before it streamed into my eyes. The sun was well on its way down before I finally managed to expose the door. I took a deep breath, looked up at it, and gulped. There was something indescribably chilling about the door, and then I pushed it open. A barely noticeable breeze brushed past me. A single ray of sunlight shone in the room, coming from a single window sitting high atop the wall. It cast a milky white patch of light on the hard floor, revealing the fact that I was not alone. Rumors say the witch lives in the mansion. And there I saw this cursed house. A skeleton with only one arm, cursed mansion for a cursed man. It was like I was destined to end up here. I had no way of finding out who the skeleton belonged to, so I left it there, at the top of the tower, and retreated into thought. I wondered to myself, how had the one-armed person died? How had they felt locked in that room, staring up at the sole window so far out of reach? About the only thing they would have seen was the sky and the occasional bird. Had they yearned for more light, or had they come to despise the tiny patch of it that trickled into the room? Had they been some sort of wicked criminal, imprisoned for wrongdoing? Not all prisoners are necessarily bad people. Having been branded with a non-existent curse, I couldn't help but think that perhaps something similar had happened to whoever they were. Vainly reaching out for the sun, constantly praying for rescue that would never come. What had gone through their mind as they withered away? Would anyone ever come for me? Would my brothers keep their word? Or would I, years from now, end up another pile of dry bones somewhere in this house? Unwanted and alone, robbed of all hope, with no one but the darkness to talk to as it sunk its teeth deeper and deeper into me. That corpse could be me in the future. Didier, Georges, do you really send me here to keep me hidden? Or is this to be my grave? Can I put my faith in you? Can I trust you when you say I'll be able to return, that everyone will happily accept me, that we'll all be together again, that we'll play chess and we'll draw pictures, that no one will be left out? All I really wanted was for people to accept me for who I was, to accept that I was a man, no, that I had grown to resemble a man, that I had the heart of a man. I didn't need anything else. I didn't want to cause anyone anguish. I didn't want to hate anyone. I simply wanted to be who I was. No, I wanted to be. I didn't want to be treated like I was strange or different. If that was asking too much, then at the very least, I wanted to have one person in my life who truly understood me. Didier, George, pray that you can be that for me. Lurking quietly in the mansion's all-encompassing darkness, I waited and hoped that the day might arrive, when I could come out of hiding. However, 1, 2, 3 years later, I had still not been set free. Only my mother wrote to me. And in all her letters she said the same thing. When your curse is broken, come back home, sweetheart. When your curse is broken, I want you back in my life. When your curse is broken, everything will be back to normal. I wait expectantly for the day you are free of that terrible curse. The curse would never be broken, though. What I was now was what I was meant to be. All that time I spent as a girl, none of that was real. Didier had said he didn't think I was cursed. My brothers didn't think I was some hellish demon child. So no, the curse would never be broken. Because there was no curse to break. I wasn't cursed at all. There was no damned curse. The flow of time eroded away at me, slowly killing any confidence I'd once had, sucking me dry of all trust for others and myself. With enough time, I started questioning my own beliefs about what I was, started thinking that perhaps I was cursed, much like they had at the Bollinger estate. The servant who came by every month did his best to avoid making eye contact. But beyond just bringing me food, he was also checking in on me, making sure I didn't attempt to run away. And every month he probably went back and told Mother the same thing, that my curse had still not been broken. Do you have the answers I seek, O Father in heaven? If you do, I ask you to guide me. So please tell me what I am. If I truly am cursed, and perhaps You could tell me how much my soul weighs too. Probably not very much. I spent enough time alone in the dark mansion to drive anyone mad. The more time that passed, the more I grew to question myself, my worth as a human being, and whenever the self-doubt and loathing became too much to take, I trekked up to the top of the observation tower to see the light. Sitting there on the hard floor, I would place my hand on the skeleton's leg, its shoulders, its hand. From the size of the bones, whoever it was appeared to have still been young when their life withered away. Poor child. Even I feel blessed compared to you. How miserable it must have been locked away up in this tower, to have your arm mercilessly severed. You have my pity, though. I alone shall mourn your death. I alone shall take comfort in your presence. You poor, poor child. By pretending to pity someone who had had it worse than me, I was able to feel somewhat better about myself. Because if I was in a position to pity someone else, then conversely, I wasn't in a position to be pitied. Vainly, foolishly trying to convince myself of a lie. I spent hours, days alone in that tower, holding the dry bones in my arms. Now there was a sight to lend credence to my alleged madness. Over time, the air in the mansion seemed to thicken, as if the fog were condensing. Water pushed out all the air, swallowing me up, suffocating me. A putrid mire. I was trapped at the bottom of this thick black sludge. Soon I lost track of the passage of time, my only landmarks being the dates on my mother's letters. Before I knew it, 8 years had passed. What the hell is this? I hadn't heard my own voice in so long, I'd almost forgotten what it sounded like. There was a delivery that day, but it wasn't the usual package. The servant was instead carrying a large rectangular object draped in cloth. Shoving that into my hands, he said, "The regular supplies will be here in a couple of days," and then ran off. Presumably, he was afraid to spend any more time than necessary with a cursed man, but I didn't bother to say anything about it. I knew it was a waste of breath, and I was not inclined to hold it against him if he didn't want to look me in the eye, to exchange words. All I could reasonably do was sit back and bear it. As long as I kept my mouth shut, the man could do his job in peace. By the candlelight, I began unwrapping the package the servant had delivered. From within, a sheet of parchment fell to the floor, and inside the package was a painting. Just looking at it, I couldn't tell what it was. Aside from the fact that it was a portrait of a woman. I knew those brush strokes, though. Oh, they were very distinctly George's. The woman depicted had white hair. White hair. There was a flash. A fresh jolt of pain that had nearly faded away. Half-dozen needles piercing my chest. So much blood had spilled from those gouges I had long since lost any sensation of pain, but now it was back. No, Georges, you didn't. My whole body froze. The blood in my veins came to a halt. I couldn't breathe. I was drowning in a pool of imaginary water. I crouched down to pick up the sheet of parchment. It was a letter in my mother's handwriting. The first line read, as it did all her correspondence.
My beloved daughter, Michel, every day I pray that your curse might be broken, but lately I have come to think, perhaps the reason you remain cursed is because you have forgotten what you are supposed to be. So long have you spent in that accursed form. It is a little surprise you would lose sight of yourself. How can you return to your true self if you don't even remember what that is? So I asked Georges to paint you a picture, hoping it might help you break free of your curse. You're a beautiful young woman, my dear Michel. I presume you have already seen the painting. It's lovely, wouldn't you agree? The flowing white hair, the skin like glass, those deep enchanting eyes, those slender fingers and modest feminine frame, those soft lips. It's not you when you were younger, though. Instead, I had imagined what you would look like now. That is what you would look like when your curse is broken. Isn't that wonderful? I imagine it. Envision yourself, your true self. Remember who you are. Recall your true self. I wait eagerly until the day you come back to me, looking as beautiful as you do in this painting. My dear, sweet Michel, this is you. This is the real you. You are beautiful, my little girl, and I love you dearly. That awful fuss all those years ago, we can pretend none of that happened. Forget all about the dreadful thing that curse made you. Become the girl you used to be, the girl you were meant to be, so we can once more be a happy family. I'm waiting, forever waiting for you.
The letter ended there, leaving me with the woman in the painting staring back at me, her eyes seeming to insist that I was not me. She was the real me, that I was nothing more than a fraud, laughing at me, scoffing at me for ever thinking I was anything but female, mocking me for stubbornly insisting that I wanted to be a man. The pain in my chest swelled, spilling from my mouth in grunts and moans. And then I screamed from the bottom of my lungs. Why? Why? I yanked at my hair. Why, Georges? Slamming the painting against the floor. You said I could believe you. You swore to the god of art. So why? Why would you do this to me? You said yourself you didn't think I was cursed. You acknowledged me as your brother. I know this isn't me, so why? Why would you make this? I've been waiting so long. I put my trust in you and Didier. I trusted you. I believed you would always support me. Was that all a lie? Deep down, you really think I'm cursed, just like Mother. That's why you haven't written to me. Why you haven't answered any of my letters. Where did my faith get me? Why did you even help me escape? Was it all for show? Was my execution just a lie, an excuse for you to send me somewhere far away? Or was it? Tell me, Georges. Tell me the truth. What about you, Didier? Where do you stand? No, this isn't real. My voice was getting hoarse. I didn't have the strength to hold it in, and everything came spilling out of me, squeezed out by the phantom water. And the white-haired girl in the painting just stared back at me, smiling. I bit down on my lip as hard as I could. A metallic taste spread through my mouth, drops of blood trickling to the floor. Pulling the knife I used to open the monthly deliveries from my waistband, I lifted it high into the air, gathering what remained of my strength. This isn't me. And slashed the woman's face with it. This isn't me. This isn't me. I'm not this woman. I am a man. Carved into it. This is not how I look. With everything I had. Don't try to erase who I really am. Don't call me repulsive. Don't say I'm an abomination. I tore into that smile, contempt surging from every slash. This woman isn't real. I wanted to curse the whole damned world. Every last thing, this wretched mire that had become my life. My brothers for happily going about their lives as I suffered here in darkness. My delusional mother for refusing to acknowledge who I was. My father for trying to have me killed. Amy for making me realize I was a man, and then for torturing me for coming out about it. Everyone. I didn't care anymore. I wanted everyone who had ever wronged me to suffer the same way I had.
I can make that happen.
A voice rang out.
I can curse them for you, my dear.
It was a woman's voice, muffled, like there were several walls between me and her. "Who's there?" I swept up my candlestick, thrusting it forward to the sides behind me. But there was no one else around.
Give it a little thought. It's not that difficult. And when you figure it out, come to me. I've been waiting for so long for someone like you. Someone with such hatred for the world.
How am I supposed to know who you are?
How could you not, my dear? You visited me so many times, held me in your arms, whispered "poor child" into my ear again and again.
No, that's not possible.
I see.
I finally truly lost my mind.
If that's what you wish to believe, that's your choice. But the way I see it, if you had truly lost your mind, you wouldn't be in so much pain.
The voice, still muffled and unclear, seemed to be coming from somewhere far away and very close by at the same time.
Find your way to me and open the door once more. Let me out of my cage. Give me your hand.
I knew in the back of my mind that it was all absurd, but nonetheless, I did as the voice said. I let myself be drawn in by the pleasant whispers. The archangel stood proudly upon his glass perch, looking down at me. His gaze almost seemed judgmental, but I marched toward the tower, unconcerned.
For so long I had been waiting for the day I would be rid of this darkness. For the day someone would truly set me free. When you arrived at this house, I felt the hands of fate at work. That you were led here, that you were meant to come to this place. You've been through so much to get here. I know your pain. I know how it feels to be locked up, to be tortured and used for others' gain. You are the only one to ever have pity for me, and I shall be the only one to have compassion for you. You are the only one to stay at my side, and I shall do the same for you. You can give me life again. You can resurrect me. Now, open the door, Michel.
It felt like I was no longer in control of my own body. Her voice was tender, in a way unlike either mother's or Amy's. Enticingly so. Standing at the top of the observation tower, I pushed open the door. First thing I saw was the ray of light shining through the window. And nothing else.
Thank you for opening the door.
It was empty. The skeleton, which had been sitting there as long as I'd been at this house, had vanished without a trace. I spun around, my gaze darting back and forth across the chamber, but there was no one there. Only her voice whispering in my ear.
You made this possible. You gave me the chance to have my revenge.
Revenge?
Now I can make those men suffer a hell even worse than the one they put me through. Constant, everlasting despair. Their flesh may turn to dust, but so long as their souls live on, their torture will know no end. Ha ha, ha ha.
Tenderness in her voice crumbled away, leaving only raw loathing behind. She then let out a half-muffled cackle. Who are you?
Oh, you poor dear. They locked you up here without telling you whose house it was. You sad, pathetic thing. Though that's exactly the kind of person I needed.
You're not the witch, are you?
That I am. I am the cursed witch who loathes this puny, wretched world, curses it. My name is Morgana.
Morgana. I assumed the witch was nothing but a legend, a tale.
If you don't believe me, I would be happy to show you. Let's see. I could place a curse on someone you have a grudge against, drag them down into the dark abyss. You are the one who granted me freedom after all, sympathized with me, pitied me, appreciated me. You happily embraced my filthy corpse, and for that I will grant you your wish. Wishes can come true, Michel, much the same way I was able to come back to life. If you remain steadfast in your desires, they will become a reality. For devotion and yearning are the fountain from which miracles spring. I cannot leave the mansion's grounds, but that is but a minor inconvenience. Tell me who you wish to curse, and I can lead them here. I can force the cross you were made to bear onto them. I believe in my power to perform miracles because you made my miracle a reality. So tell me, my dear, who will be first? Your second brother who made that ridiculous painting.
Georges.
Shall we kill him? He deserves at least that. He brought you more than enough pain. But if you would rather, you could curse your mother instead, or the woman who sent you on this path. Or perhaps you would prefer your father. With him gone, you could return home. Ask and I will perform a miracle for you.
I didn't think she was lying either. As ridiculous as the whole affair sounded, the skeleton had disappeared from the tower and I was hearing a disembodied voice. But beyond that, the voice seemed to have a sort of magnetism to it, if magic truly did exist in the world. Then her words were laced with it. There was a power in her voice, something that repelled any instinct I might have to doubt the things she said. So I, on the verge of losing my grasp on reason altogether, believed every word the witch said. I wanted to curse them, to curse my brothers, mother, father, Amy. And the witch was saying I could do precisely that.
What will it be, my dear? There is no price. I don't require a sacrifice or a dark ritual to perform my magic. I simply wish to show my gratitude. I want you to have that which you desire. Who do you want to curse?
The witch's sweet whispers hung in the air for a brief moment before wisping away. All the muscles in my body tensed up. I felt woozy, like the floor was wobbling beneath me. It took everything I had not to fall over. Who did I want to curse?
Oh, and you're welcome to choose more than one. All of them, even.
I could curse them, and the witch would kill my family. I would be free. No one would know I had been born female.
Why don't you become the new head of the estate?
Who would I curse? Who would I kill? Didier? George's mother, father? Amy? All of them? They had exiled me to this place.
Have your revenge.
A black butterfly fluttered across the room's single shaft of light as I stared absently at it. Dozens of memories of emotions flashed through my mind.
But at the end of the day, we're family. We can get past anything.
With enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before. Just like it did for myself and George's. I don't understand. Why would I think about them now? They've abandoned me, left me in that room for 2 years, and then left me here for 8 more. I don't care whether I'm alive or dead. So why should I? Why should I?
Have you made up your mind?
I have.
Then tell me, my dear, who will it be? Who will you curse?
No one. I cannot curse anyone, Morgana. Surely you jest. I know just how much you wish to see them dead. I felt all your hatred, your despair. And you mean to tell me you can't curse them? It struck me just now that I can't do that to family. I cannot curse my own family. This is the family that cast you aside, labeled you cursed, and then made you suffer for years and then locked you away in this remote mansion. And they don't feel even the slightest bit remorseful about any of it. I understand that. I know that they don't give the same weight to their words as I do. I figured that out long ago. I know I'm alone in my prayers, that they don't want the same things I do. But I trusted them more than they ever deserved.
So why then can you not curse them?
Because I don't want to hate them. I don't want to bring them suffering. On the contrary, I want them to be happy.
You have no place in that happiness, though. It is her happiness that rests upon your misfortune. Why then should you not drag them down so you can find respite for yourself?
I would find no respite in cursing them.
How can you be so sure of that, my dear? I most certainly found a great deal of it myself. You're trying to follow your conscience. I can see that. But the good is superficial. All it does is shackle you. Remove the shackles and everything will be so much easier.
Nothing you say can convince me to kill my family.
Why not someone who isn't family then? Surely you can't think of at least one person you'd like to see dead.
Oh, I most certainly can. I would kill her a dozen times and it wouldn't be enough. But just because I would be happy with her death doesn't mean there aren't people who would be sad to lose her. Remove any one person from that group and the whole thing could come crashing down, all because I couldn't restrain my own hatred.
Your concern for them will devour you.
Don't think. I'm not aware of that.
You aren't. You don't know that at all. The only reason you give them any consideration is because deep down, you still have hope. But hope has a way of forsaking those who give it a home. You have a problem and you need to take care of it before it kills you. You and I, we were cut from the same cloth. While you may still care for your family now, in time you will come to curse them. Consider that a warning, Michel. Your hatred, your curse, is what brought me back to life. There is no getting around that. We do have plenty of time, though. No need to rush to a decision. I'll show you what it is you truly desire, deep, deep down. And I'll show you again and again until you finally acknowledge it.
The black butterfly hovering by the window disappeared, and the witch's voice grew distant. Overwhelmed. I collapsed to the floor unconscious. Had I really said what I did out of love for my family, or was I just afraid of crossing that line? Was Morgana right? Was my heart now home to a terrible monster? If I'd actually resurrected the witch with my hatred, maybe that was what I was now. Darkness seeped down over me once more. I was again encased in a pool of despair. Slowly, ever so slowly, it wore away at me, eroding me into nothing. If I didn't come up for air, I soon would take the witch's offer. Cackling like a demon, I would place a curse on someone. I would kill them. Reviving her was a mistake I should never have made. And not for the greater good or anything so noble. No, every time she spoke, a little more of my spirit died. From that day on, Morgana's voice became a constant fixture in my life.
Curse them, kill them, curse them.
She serenaded directly into my ear. No matter where I hid or how deep I put my fingers in my ears, her voice resounded directly in my head. Hearing an incessant stream of curses from a disembodied voice was so unreal, so unbelievable that I felt as though I was being dragged away from the realm of humanity. There was an odd, unsettling magnetism in her voice, allowing her malevolence to seep into me. I was downright torturous.
Curse them. Revile them. Do you really need to be in your right mind, honestly?
Your fixation on holding on to your sanity is what's causing you so much anguish.
Admit it. There's more darkness, more seething malice inside you than anyone else. That's why you were the one who resurrected me. Admit it.
You do want to curse them, don't you? You do want to kill them, don't you? No, I don't. I don't want that at all. I've told you this already.
You're so desperate to deny it, Michel. It can only mean that it's true.
You would be able to maintain your calm if you were truly free of guilt. I do not wish to kill Didier, or Georges, or mother, or father. I have no desire whatsoever to see them dead. Your constant babbling is messing with my head.
Be honest with yourself, Michel.
You do imagine what it would be like to hold their warm intestines in your hands, standing over their bodies. No, I don't. That's not what I want.
Don't lie, Michel. You climbed the tower, you opened the door, you sought me.
No, I wasn't in control.
No, Michel, you were.
Enough! I'm done listening to you.
Now, don't take your anger out on inanimate objects, Michel. Do you even know where I am?
Where are you?
I'm standing behind you. In front of you. Now I'm besides you.
You're just playing around with me, Morgana, mocking me for your own amusement.
Not at all, my dear. In fact, I consider you a close friend. Why would I mock someone who means so much to me?
We are not close.
You will come to understand in time that we are very much the same. And when you do, you will also know that I'm the one person who truly understands you.
Enough. Enough. Enough.
Let it all go, Michel. Curse it all with me. Despise it. Kill it. Make it suffer. Curse it. Please just stop. And where might you be going, Michel? Wherever you run, I will always be by your side. Are you going to pray to God to exorcise me?
Now that's quite amusing, considering I am the child of...
I'm not trying to hurt you, Michel. On the contrary.
Stop talking, please. Just stop.
I want to set you free from your misery.
I can't take it anymore. Please just be quiet. Who's there?
Here to deliver your monthly package.
Oh, I see.
Michel? Is something the matter?
I opened the door and there stood a servant of the Bollinger estate. He seemed to be quite perturbed by the sight of me. He must have looked terrible. Morgana's voice, her words, sapped my spirit dry. A normal person, not a witch or a spirit or a demon. I knew good and well. The servant would never do anything to help me. He wouldn't believe a word I said. But at that point, his humanity was enough for me to latch onto. Help me, please.
Pardon?
The witch, she talks to me. She never stops talking. I'm begging you, please get me out of here. Let me go back home in your carriage. Please, let me go back. The witch's voice, it's killing me. It won't go away. I can't escape it. Please, I need your help.
You've gone mad.
What?
You're crazy. Oh, see, this is why I didn't want this job. Having to deliver supplies to this damned cursed mansion. Having to get anywhere near the Bollinger's youngest child. No, I'm perfectly sane. You sold your soul to the devil. Don't think I'm in the dark about that.
No, I did no such thing.
You're completely insane.
No.
I am done with this damn job. It's not worth all the riches in the world. Not if it means I have to be around a lunatic like you for even a minute.
Why? I am not crazy. I am perfectly sane. I'm not mad.
Michel, your mind is far, far from sound.
I won't hear it. I'm not mad, damn it. I'm not insane. You won't hear it. The witch spent nearly every waking moment of every day at my side, talking and talking and talking about how mean-spirited humans were, how ugly they were, an endless loop of vitriol, and she never seemed to tire of it either. Every single day, on and on and on. He also made a point of reminding me about myself, everything I was trying to get away from, but as much as I fought to ignore her, to not let the things she said in, she slipped past every wall I put up, her every word warping me. There was no escape.
Curse them. Revile them. Remember the things they did to you. Close your eyes and envision it. Remember the scorn in their eyes, the way their lips twisted as they laughed. You need only curse them. You can wipe those reprehensible smirks out of existence.
I'm serious, please stop this, Morgana. Please stop talking to me. I'm begging you. Seriously, can't take it anymore.
Oh, now why would you say that, my dear? It's just the two of us in this gloomy old house. I don't see what's wrong with a little conversation.
Your voice, everything you say is eating away at me.
I care for you, and everything I say is meant to help you set free. So I will continue saying it. You're allowed to hate the people who have wronged you. They don't deserve happiness. Someone who's always smiling for you is someone who's certain to betray you. Someone who values themselves above all will not hesitate to put others' lives on the line. Someone who covets wealth and power will sacrifice his friends and family to obtain it. These are the kinds of people you once surrounded yourself with. I've told you repeatedly that I will not curse anyone. Why must you be so stubborn, my dear?
I could ask you the same. Why won't you just leave me be?
Because I can't stand to see you like this. With one word you could be free from your pain. But because you insist on shackling yourself to your idea of family, you're making yourself miserable. We are the same type of person, Michel. The type who has the right to curse others. Regardless of what kind of childhood you had or how much hatred it instilled in you. Michel, you are a cursed man named after an angel. You need to realize how twisted you are, and soon. I'm not twisted. Do you honestly still believe you are normal? Tell me, what's normal about someone who happily embraces a skeleton? Tell me what's normal about someone who hacks away at a girl's face with a knife. You're not normal, and I will repeat it as many times as I have to. You need to accept that. Why must you hold so tight to your sanity? If you would just let go, you wouldn't have to suffer. No one is going to come and save you, my dear. The only thing that can save you anymore is your loathing. We are the same. I'm nothing like you. I am not a witch, not cursed. I'm human. I am a human. Man?
Yes, a man.
With that body? Oh, my dear friend, let me tell you something you should be quite pleased to hear. You know what some say about people like you, those who are neither male nor female? That they are like unto God.
Like unto God?
Indeed. You should have been worshipped for your divinity, but instead your family cursed you. You are not human. From the second life was first breathed into you, your fate was decided.
No, you're wrong.
If I were really wrong, you would not be here now. You would be back home with your family. Perhaps you would have a pretty little wife, living a normal, happy life together. But you have long since strayed from that path. It's well out of sight now.
I have not. I'm human. I'm a person. A normal person, the youngest son of the Bollinger estate. I'm an ordinary man. No one, not a single person believed me. Not even the witch was willing to consider me human, never mind my family. The archangel whose name I shared looked down on me. The witch tried to drag me into her world. My past constantly ate away at me. I had been imprisoned in this place for far too long. There was nothing I could do about my body. All of those things combined would threaten to break me. I let out a scream, then stumbled out of the room in a frenzy. I had to get out of that place. It didn't matter anymore that I was forbidden from leaving the property. I just wanted all of it out of sight. They wouldn't let me come home, and I would run away. It was all I could do. I wanted to get myself anywhere that might have even the tiniest bit of light to share with me. I was desperate. Someone, anyone, please, tell me I'm human. Tell me I'm a man. Anyone. Please tell me I'm not cursed. But when I opened the front door, searing light pierced my eyes. The world quickly went white, and I couldn't see a thing, and then... My arm began to burn beneath the sunlight. Black smoke rose from the sizzling flesh. Thickening stench filled the air. Excruciating pain quickly spread to the rest of my body. Why am I? What? Water? I slammed the door shut, restoring darkness. Gasping and groaning, I trudged back into the house in search of water, which I'm sure the witch Morgana observed with a great deal of pity. I don't think you're in any need of water. Take another look at yourself. With what little light managed to worm its way into the corridors to guide me, I dragged myself to the chapel, stopping beneath the pale light shining through the stained glass window. How? I wasn't burned. In fact, my skin hadn't even turned the slightest bit pink. There was nothing wrong with me as far as I could see. Where had that pain come from then? And the distinct stench of burning flesh. This is your doing, isn't it, Morgana? I know what you're experiencing. It happened to me too. Sometimes enough emotional distress and despair can cause physical pain. The mind and body are much more tightly linked than you think. And your mind is far from damaged than you know. Far more damaged than you know. You poor, poor thing. You have my sympathy, my dear.
You sad little child.
Collapsed on the floor in front of the multicolored window, I felt like the whole world was closing in on me, or perhaps metamorphosing around me. I was completely and utterly cornered, and there was no getting around that. Which left me with only one option, to stop fighting and accept the harsh reality before me. It would make everything so much easier. The whole world said there was something wrong with me, and I was the only one who tried to deny it. So in the world's eyes, that meant there was something wrong with me. I was abnormal. I was irregular. I was mad. I was cursed. I was not human. I was not a man. If I'm not human or male, maybe I should just call myself a witch. I did, however, remain firm in my refusal to curse anyone, unwilling to give up on that last piece of my humanity. Everything else I let go of, which took a great deal of weight off me. I stopped caring and I stopped thinking. I stopped wanting someone to accept me, and I stopped wanting to run away. Sunlight no longer caused me agonizing unseen burns, but in exchange, I became emotionally empty. I discarded my faith and my hope, building a shell of cynicism and closing myself within it. And in time, that became my normal. I began to believe it was what I wanted. Tranquility filled my days. Time trudged onwards at an almost imperceptible pace. The witch's whispers were no longer caused me aggravation. Essentially, nothing of note happened over the next 2 years. At one point, a man with an unusual disease stumbled across the mansion while wandering through the forest. There was little more to be said about that. But nothing at all could have convinced me to care about someone else. I spent much of my time sitting before the fireplace. I'd covered the stained glass window with drapes, loath to even think about that damned archangel. Staring at the dancing flames, I was able to forget the passage of time. Watching, unblinking, as the red and orange tongues flicked back and forth. They seemed to spread outward from the fireplace, consuming me. Whether by raging infernos of hell or the cleansing fires of purgatory, the thought of being swallowed up and burned to ashes by a massive conflagration was quite pleasant. But those visions never became reality.
Tell me, Michel, what are you thinking right now? Do you still not want to curse them? Look at yourself, Michel. Look at how you're living. Do you really want this life? Have you ever thought of dying? Michel, would you like to die? Hehe, that's the right answer. God has said that taking one's own life is a sin after all. That's good, Michel. You've made the right decision. And I shall be there with you until the very end, my dear friend.
Honestly, part of me did desire death. It just didn't have enough energy to take my own life. My mind and spirit were too far decayed. However, in my 10th year, the door opened once more, and time sputtered back into motion. When you showed up, Giselle, everything I'd given up on, and everything I thought I'd lost, it all came back. At first, as you know quite well, I was deeply mistrustful of you. I hated having you around, but if I hadn't met you, in all likelihood, I probably would have continued down that path and became a demon.
But you seem to me like a rather handsome man. I think I get what you are trying to say, but my mental image of a witch is much more a woman. So you're not a witch. To tell you the truth, I didn't know who might be here, which had me rather scared. But I think I can make this work. It is a pleasure to meet you, Master.
After taking care of Giselle, I returned to my room. I was, to be quite honest, dumbfounded. And it was naturally the witch who stoked the fire of my apprehension.
Why would you let that woman stay here? She came from the Bollinger estate, and we both know how you feel about your family. Chase her out. Give her a little scare and she'll be gone within a day. If you'd rather not, I could always frighten her in your place. A rattling window here, a couple of broken glasses there. Small things like that to accentuate the eerie atmosphere. Are you going to say anything?
Why do you care about her at all?
Oh, now, don't be like that. I live here too, so why shouldn't I care? And I'm not fond of noisy people. Or sprightly women like that one. That's something we can both agree on, isn't it? You don't like that woman, do you? The more a person smiles, the less you can trust them. Though I hardly have to tell you that, do I?
Stop talking.
Now, that's not very polite.
This is a family matter. It is none of your concern.
I was merely offering to help rid you of a pest.
I don't need your help. I will get rid of that woman when I'm ready. But first, I will find out what secrets she's keeping. Then I will go back to living in peace.
Very well, then. The pest has no place in your sweet solitude. The world before you now is so much kinder, so much warmer than the one you used to know. Well, good luck, then. And if you need a helping hand, don't hesitate to ask. Oh, and by the way...
What now?
You've changed, my dear. And I like you so much better like this. I always hated how much you reeked of human. You were blessed with a body like unto God, and you were personally created by His hands. I could only dream of having what you have, but you only wanted to deny it. Now, though, you act the part much better. A saint resurrected by the closest living thing to God. Perhaps this too could be considered a miracle. Ha ha!
Morgana.
Yes?
You are a deranged, delusional woman.
Why, thank you.
Giselle was a woman who smiled a great deal. Her jade eyes seemed to glimmer every time she made a new face. The more she smiled, the more vibrantly she spoke, the more suspicious I became. I couldn't trust someone who smiled that much, especially not a woman. And the way she kept trying to get friendly with me didn't help that impression either. I had a hard time believing she honestly wanted to get to know me. I couldn't help but think she was trying to fish for information. Anyone who tried to get close to me had to have some ulterior motive, like Amy, who had only done so to satisfy Mother. Perhaps my mistrust could have been considered paranoia, and even 10 years later, flashes of that nightmare would still come back to me from time to time. It would take more than a few attempts at being nice for me to trust the stranger. Eventually, I came to the realization that she was hiding something, and I convinced myself it was out of guilt. So I wrote Mother, in search of something I could use to tear her down, to get her out of here. I should have listened to Giselle rather than Mother or the witch, but I had conflated her with Amy in my mind, so I was unable to see where the truth really lay. I was only able to perceive her as malicious. So instead of her, I put my faith in Mother's words, despite Mother never once doing the same for me.
My beloved daughter, Michel, I deeply regret having to put you in the situation. I never wanted to let that woman get anywhere near you. She's a witch. A terrible, sinful witch. A dreadful, tainted woman. She lay with my husband, with your father. She, a lowly merchant girl who wormed her way into our family. So she could exploit your father for money. She committed a grievous sin. The sin of adultery. I tried to have her executed, but your father wouldn't allow it. So instead, he had her banished to atone for her sins. Unaware that you already lived there. And I could not tell him either, for that is mine and your brother's secret. I pray you can find it in your heart to forgive your mother for her failings. Forgive me for delivering a witch to you. I would not be surprised if she tried snooping around. She's a ruthless fiend who will do anything for money. Should word of your curse happen to spread, it would surely draw unwanted attention from the church. We have no allies except each other. Michel. With this letter, I have included a knife. The blade has been blessed with holy water, which should allow it to eradicate the corrupt, evil soul of the witch. I ask of you, with all my heart, to send that awful creature back to hell.
It was storming that night. Erratic claps of thunder ripped through the sky. Giselle let out a panicked scream, shoving me back, and the look in her eyes kicked into motion, emotions I thought I'd lost. I knew that face. I knew that scream. Because that face had once been mine. I had screamed with that same utter despair at the world. Back to the way things were.
Yes, finally, it's quiet again. I'm honestly surprised she stayed as long as she did. In a way, her tenacity is rather impressive. Not many would persist for so long in the face of such obvious disinterest. But you know no one would try to get friendly with you without good reason. Information about you carries considerable weight around these walls.
But the look on her face then. Was that really her just putting on an act because I revealed her scheming?
If you think she was afraid of you, you're mistaken. That's how people behave when their sins are brought to light.
She was screaming, though. She looked genuinely terrified when she knocked my hand away.
You're not going to let a woman's screams cloud your judgment, are you? A woman can make a weapon out of anything. Tears, a smile, fear. The day she arrived, you recognized her smile as fake. So surely you aren't going to fall for this.
I'm not falling for anything. I feel like I know that frenzied panic. Something doesn't add up.
Just nothing, my dear. In fact, what perplexes me is why you didn't simply kill her when you had the chance. Are you afraid of the sight of blood? The blood of your tormentors has no more worth than that of a wild boar. You should have sliced her throat without a second thought, although I suppose that would have made quite the mess. Now that makes more sense. You were not afraid of hurting her, you merely didn't want the burden of having to clean up afterward. How very like you. Be quiet. Oh, come now, that woman's finally gone and it's back to just the two of us, and you don't want to talk?
Silence, please.
As you wish. I will celebrate your accomplishments in silence, my dearest friend. I imagine she's out there, half buried in the cold earth by now.
I get chills every time I consider where I would be if I had done as Mother said, if I had killed you, or if, out there in the forest, you had succumbed to the unforgiving weather. Life had never given me much in the way of good fortune, but you coming back, you being alive, was absolutely a blessing.
I am done. I can't take it. I am through with this whole world. You don't have any idea of what I went through here. There. How hard it was just keeping myself together.
Sal, I do understand. I know very well how difficult, how painful it can be for no one to believe you, for no one to accept you. I know far too well what it's like to want to scream that you're done with this whole damned world. I truly do. One sec, I'm gonna BRB. Okay, I'm back. I feel like every break I take from this, because I just went to get some water, but like every break of silence I take from this is kind of like, whew, kind of like, ah. But I'm here now, and I'm ready. Let me get my controller out. I'm just having a really bad, like, throat day for some reason. I can speak, it's just like, I don't know, I feel like it sounds really raspy sometimes. And also, it got really intense in the beginning. But it seems fine okay now. So, I'm gonna continue. That day, for the first time, we saw past the surface. We got to know each other as people. It was nothing more than a single small step, but for us it was like we had moved a mountain. I still remember how the light felt as it shone through the windows we opened together. It didn't burn. And while this might sound melodramatic, I feel safe in saying it was probably the gentlest light I'd ever felt in my life. Following my reconciliation with Giselle, I started turning back into my old self. Well, I suppose that's not quite correct. I felt a comfort and peace with myself that I never had before. That may have been the first time I was really human. Having someone else around began to feel normal. It was something I was certain I would never have. It was incredible. Though to someone else, our time together may have seemed frivolous and empty, our conversations meaningless chatter. I'd never thought the day would come when someone would laugh at something I said, and someone would smile at the sight of me, however trivial. Seeing Giselle's smile made me happy.
Oh, darn it. Where did you get off to? Are you here? Are you in the vase?
What's all that racket? Is something the matter?
Master? Yes, a cat.
Huh? A cat?
A naughty little cat has been sneaking into the cellar for the past few days, and I'm trying to catch him. If you happen to come across him, don't let him get away.
Right. What will you do once you've caught him?
Well, I don't want to punish him, as that would be mean. If he insists on coming back, I think I'll take him in and teach him how to be a house cat.
You mean to keep him?
Are you not fond of cats, Master?
I don't mind them, no.
Then there you have it. I hope he doesn't take too long to warm up to us.
Maybe it'll help if you give him a name.
Ooh, a name? That's a great idea. What should we call him then? You decide, Master.
You want me to pick a name?
This is your house after all, so it's only right you would be the one to choose.
I'm not sure I follow that reasoning. What does the cat look like?
Well, he's wild, so he's dirty, I guess. He's kind of got some spots here and there.
Oh no. Is he ugly?
I'd say so, yeah.
Alright then. Oh, alright then. Ugly Speckles Mach 2. Okay.
That's a name? Why on earth would you want to call something that? And what does Mach 2 even mean?
Be quiet.
It's on you if he runs away, Master.
Giselle's not happy. My time with Giselle made a normal person out of me. Made me able to tell stupid jokes. To get frustrated or surprised or exasperated. I started showing actual emotion.
Our silly, meaningless banter became something precious. My heart of stone began to soften. The world she created for me was what I had yearned for my whole life, having lost half of it to imprisoned, and spent the other half playing an identity that conflicted with how I felt in my heart. It was the first time I genuinely felt like I was allowed to be myself.
Yeesh, you're not a kid, so don't be so picky. It's not good for you. You make a mockery out of culinary arts. I've had quite enough, Master. It sounds like I'm going to need to put your taste buds through some intense rehabilitation. How about this, Master? Play a game against me. And of course, if you're open to it, it doesn't have to end there. We can continue getting to know each other for years to come.
Giselle. Though I did my best not to show it, I think that I treasured our time together even more than you did. I'd latched onto it, desperately refusing to let go. I needed it, and I needed you. Yeah, they do. I like how during his torture segment, which was getting really painful to watch, they cut to, like, an older memory to, like, I don't know, give us a break. Give him a break. Or it just felt really nice to not, to, like, because if that section was just all together, I don't know, that would have been so strenuous to just go through. Are you listening, Morgana?
I can hear you just fine, my dear. Now what brings you all the way up here? You know you can call me from anywhere in the house. My bonds to this tower have been broken.
And this is a conversation we can only have here, the place where we first met. It's time for us to part ways. My desires haven't changed since our first encounter. I wish to be a person.
To be a man?
Exactly. When I'm with Giselle, I am that. She makes me to the person I always wanted to be.
And now you wish to be rid of me, so you can complete your descent into the realm of the unclean.
I do.
You came all the way up here just to tell me that. A needless formality. I'm sorry, Michel, but we are kindred spirits. As much as you may want to deny it. You could be second to only God, yet you spurn his gift.
I'm nothing like you. I am a human, nothing more.
I shall not condemn you for your unyielding resolve, but rather pity you for being so utterly blind. Allow me to make a prediction before I depart, Michel.
Oh.
You may think you're making some sort of progress.
Oh, wait.
Cursed namesake of an archangel. You may think you're making some sort of progress. But the fact of the matter is, you've gone nowhere. Will that smile of Giselle's be able to withstand your secret? You know better than anyone that no one can accept what you are, not even her. You will never be with anyone.
I understand that.
No, Michel, you don't understand, but you will soon enough. What you have now is not true happiness. It's empty, naught but a masquerade. And when the night is over, the mask will come off.
So what if it isn't permanent, isn't real? Does being ephemeral make it worthless? Why can I not want something that doesn't last forever? This is the first time I've ever found joy in my life.
Those moments of happiness only serve to worsen the loss. The sweeter the honey, the more you despair when the pot runs dry. Sooner or later, you will return to me begging for my help.
I will have every intention of giving it to you. I will not hold this over you either. But when you come to me, it will be in the time of your utmost despair, and when your little paradise finally comes crumbling down, you will become what I am. So I will take my leave from your side, in anticipation of that day. Until we meet again, my dear. Oh, hello, Master. I was just looking for you. I heated up some wine and thought you might. Is something the matter?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
No, it's nothing. All I did was vomit over the fire. Are you sure nothing's the matter?
I shouldn't be hearing the witch's voice anymore. So yes, I am fine.
Oh, wow! That's wonderful news, Master.
It is. Giselle seemed to be quite relieved when I informed her that the witch would no longer be bothering me. I knew she didn't believe in the witch, but that wasn't what mattered. What did matter was that despite likely questioning my sanity when I had first told her about it, she hadn't tried to pull away. She treated me the same as before, never stopped smiling, and that meant so much more than whether or not she believed in the witch. With Morgana's voice no longer constantly in my ears, my life started to feel like some approximation of normal. In fact, I would say I was probably happier than most. Nevertheless, I intended to keep a certain degree of distance between us. But what the witch had said rung truer than I wanted to admit. I will never be with anyone. Having been born into this body, that was my reality, and there was nothing I could do to change it. I'd come to accept that, or so I thought. I wasn't going to covet what I couldn't have, but I'd gotten a taste of that sweet happiness. I started to develop a great affection for that smile. And as much as I tried to tell myself I was just getting caught up in the moment, that the feelings would pass in time, I found myself unable to restrain the swelling of emotions within me. The day by the fireplace, I thought that all I wanted from you was friendship. To have you in my life always nearby. I thought that if we were simply friends, I would still be able to see that smile even if you were to learn what I was. That if we were merely friends, you would be able to accept that. So I would be able to keep the things I felt inside at all costs. However, with each passing day, with each gentle smile, my affection for you swelled. It reached the point where, as hard as I tried to keep it contained, all it would take was the slightest nudge for it to come spilling out. And it made me desire what was out of reach. I was convinced I had changed. This happiness had become my everyday. I had no right to say such thing, but I came to wish that I could be the center of your life. I yearned for you, and I wanted you to yearn for me. And like the fool I am, I thought that with you, it might even be possible.
Honestly, it's no trouble, I mean it. You just took me by surprise, that's all. I am pleased. It doesn't matter how it turns out, you drew it for me, Master. Whether it's good or bad is irrelevant. I would be happy with anything drawn for me by the man I love.
That one word set me into motion. For I'd long since fallen deeply, utterly in love with you, and there was no escaping that.
Listen very carefully. I love you. I love you so much, I feel like my heart is going to explode.
Nevertheless, there's also no escaping my past, what I was, knowing I could never truly be with you, that I could do nothing about this body that pushed you away. But seeing all the color drain from your face, I knew I had to take that step. I thought that maybe you could change my world. You really did love me as much as you said. Together, we could change everything. We could walk a new path side by side. And so, I decided to trust my heart.
I'm in heaven. I'm so happy I could cry.
I too was elated. Giselle, I'm sure you thought I was a kind-hearted man, that my love for you was pure and chaste. And I wanted to be that for you, but beneath the surface, left indecent desires, despite saying I didn't want to hurt you, that just having you by my side was enough. My desire bubbled up the warmth of your skin. I wanted to let that heat take over, to let my hands run free. I could feel it burning inside me. I longed for intimacy, not just emotionally, but physically. I wished I could lay down on my bed and satisfy those desires. I wanted to make love to you. Unfortunately, that was not possible. I didn't have the ability. No matter how hard I try, my body lacks the capability to be one with you. I can pray, and I can long, and I can wish all I want, but my body will never be what I want it to be. I am gray, though I have always known my true color. I have no way of becoming it. My heart has always known what I am, but the world refuses to accept it. Every time I claim I'm normal, 5 say I'm an abomination. Would it really have been too much to ask for me to be born normal? To let me be who I truly am? Is that really so much to ask? Things began to change when I learned my father Antonin had passed away. Georges would, I assume, be busy preparing to take his place. And if what he said was true, then I would be welcomed back to the estate. I would no longer be a demon child, but a member of the Bollinger family once more. Deep down, though, I couldn't completely believe it would actually happen. After 11 years in exile, I had no idea how they felt about me anymore. Would they even remember a promise they had made so long ago? Fear that they wouldn't threaten to consume me. But Giselle, as she often seemed to do, put my mind at ease.
No matter where I go, you'll be there with me, Michel. It's true, I am nervous not knowing what the future holds, but not in a scared something might happen kind of way. It's more jittery, excited anxiousness. I'm confident that the two of us can overcome anything, no matter what obstacles may come our way. Together, we can create an even more wonderful future. Could I believe her? Could I have faith in her wonderful future? That she would always be there with me? That we would return to the estate and finally move on with our lives? That together we could create a future? No, that wasn't a question. I wanted to have faith. I wanted to believe as much as she did. I wanted to believe that even if I was gray, I could have a normal life together with her. She had rescued me from the depths of hell, and now I wanted to make her happy. I believe so too, maybe. After taking that step in our relationship,
I made numerous attempts to reveal the truth about what I was. But every time I tried, sharp pain gripped my chest, and my words faded into nothing before they could reach my lips. I knew that if our relationship were to continue, I would have to tell her eventually, but merely imagining her face twisted in disgust nearly crushed me. She was everything to me, and so as we prepared for our departure, I decided it was time to make some changes. It was time for me to break out of my rut. And what happened next depended largely on whether Mother and my brothers were willing to accept me as a man. The course my future took was in their hands, in their hearts. If they couldn't accept me, then I couldn't return home. I prayed from the bottom of my heart that things would turn out for the best, that my family would accept me for who I was, and that they would accept what I had with Giselle. I decided I would tell Giselle everything after I received their responses. And I hoped dearly that she would join me wherever I ended up. I couldn't provide Giselle the same kind of happiness a normal man could, but if she and my family accepted me, I would do anything I could to build a happy family with her in my own way. And so, I sat down to write. Dear Mother, there is something I wish to tell you, something that means a great deal to me. I ask of you, please hear me out. And I ask of you, please accept it. Mother, I no longer bear any resentment for my present lot in life. Nevertheless, I would ask of you to concede one thing, that I was never cursed, that I was always your son, and that I am Michel, not Michel. I found someone whom I care for dearly, a woman, and I love her with all my heart. I would like to spend the rest of my life with her. I do not wish for much, simply to have a quiet life with her. To go through our days together, man and woman. That is the one thing I want, Mother. I know you're aware that my body is no longer female. I am a man. My heart is male, and I ask of you to please accept that. I have no grudge against you. In fact, I am incredibly grateful to you for bringing me into this world. With love, your dearest son. But rather than a reply, I received a visit from Knight's order to kill me.
Michel, tell me, why do you think this is your fault? What is your curse? Your curse isn't just the color of your hair and eyes, is it? There's more to it, isn't there? There's something else, isn't there?
Can you hear me, Morgana? Morgana, please say something. Morgana! Your predictions, they were right. I was a fool and you can laugh at me all you want. So please say something. Death. Death to the unholy one. Death to the heretic. Death to the witch. Why won't you answer me, Morgana? Why can I not feel you there beside me? You said you would help me when I came for it. Well, here I am, begging for your help. Please come back to me just this once. I know you're there somewhere. Please, before they break down the door.
Michel, I'm all right. It's okay, Michel. I'm not scared. You're here with me after all. I'm fine. It's all fine. So please hold me until it's all over. Please stay with me. Michel, my dear, why would you ever believe that fairy tale nonsense? Why would you ever think a wonderful future awaited you?
Morgana.
There you are now, wretched, pitiful. For that you have my sympathy. I will help you in your time of need. Finally, you speak. Michel? I can feel the depths of the despair emanating from you. You hate it. It kills you. This is how you're rewarded for fighting to be yourself. You know exactly who sent those knights, don't you? They rejected you. Rejected what you are. Hey, Michel, are you alright? Your family, unable to accept your body and heart, branded you a heretic and turned you over to the church.
Yes, they did.
And you hear what the knights were saying? They've even accused you of being a witch. Taken my sins and placed them on you. Back to me, Michel. You hate them, don't you? You want to curse them, don't you? You want to kill them, don't you? I shall grant you that wish. Out of your hatred and despair, I shall make my own wish. That wish will become a curse upon your family's wicked souls. You'll grant my wish then, Morgana? Yes, absolutely. Tell me what it is you want, my poor dear little darling. Michel, let your contempt flow free. Give me the names of those you want cursed. I want you to protect her. Excuse me? If they find her, she could be accused of abetting a witch and executed as well. So please use your power to keep her safe. You said you would grant my wish, did you not? That was not the wish I was hoping for. I know, but that's the wish I want you to grant. Morgana, and offer me something in return. Such a disappointing wish will require a sacrifice. Step beyond the door, my dear, and witness ultimate despair. That was my plan anyway. So long as I am considered a heretic and marked for death, my being alive puts Giselle in danger. Indeed it does. Yet here you are, shaking like a scared little child. Of course I'm scared. There isn't a single person who doesn't fear death. Please keep her safe. You're the only one who can help me, Morgana. You have my word. From this moment, I vow to protect her life. Thank you. Giselle. Please hear me out, Giselle. I never thought anything good would become of my life. I never thought I would find anyone who really understood me, who would be happy to have my love. And for that, I hated the world. I was in constant torment, living in the shadows. But then, a single ray of light shone down on me. Michel. You, Giselle. You delivered me from the darkness. I'm scared, Giselle. I'm terrified. I used to think my life was meaningless, that it didn't matter if I lived or died. But now I can't stop shaking. That's perfectly normal. I'm scared to death too, but what scares me most is losing you. Michel. So please allow me to repay you. I said I would do anything for you, so let me do this. I haven't given you anything. I haven't done anything for you. So give me one final chance. I want to see this again. Michel. What are you doing? Get back in here, Michel. What? Why? The door. I can't open it. Michel? Michel? What did you do to the door? Come on, get back in here. Yes, you really can perform miracles, Morgana. I don't want to lose you either. I know that. By doing this, I will bring you pain, Giselle. But I can't make you happy no matter how hard I try. And I realize that now. Say something, Michel. You're out there, aren't you? Please don't do anything rash. They're going to kill you if you're out there. Giselle, the witch told me. What? That she would ensure your safety. Michel, she isn't real. There's no witch talking to you. It's all in your head. A figment of your imagination created to alleviate your loneliness. Rest assured, she does not lie. Michel! I pray that someday she will be able to get past this, to move on with her life. Needs to know that that's what I want. I
had to find the right words. Pathetic. My voice is so shaky. Please listen. You are a wonderful woman, Giselle. Spirited, true to yourself, deeply sympathetic. You're not to blame for how difficult your life has been. Most of the fault lies with me and a bit of bad fortune. But that's all behind you now. Once this is over, you can start anew. What are you talking about? So survive, live a good, fulfilling life. Move past this, live your life, and always love your family. I know you can do it. That is my wish for you. No, I don't want that. I want to be with you. No one else but you. I don't want to let you die. There it is. Death to the heretic. Death to the heretic. Death to the heretic.
Get back in here, Michel. Opens the door. If my choice is to live on without you, I'd rather...
Your scars will heal. You'll find a nice man and have a wonderful family.
Why?
Because you have a good family. You have a mother and sister who love you. You were to be executed here with me. You would be marked a heretic as well. Your family would be condemned. I don't want anyone else to suffer that kind of disgrace. I can't tell you any of that, because I don't want you looking into why I'm a heretic. So this is where we part ways, Giselle. Thank you, Giselle, for bringing light into my world.
Don't say that.
The year we shared together, and the month since our relationship blossomed, have been the brightest days of my life. If there is a next life, I hope you don't mind if I pray that we're able to meet again. This time. That we can find each other once more in another world, in a body that better suits me.
Michel.
Michel. I thought I was prepared. Oh. That I was doing something good, something I could be proud of. That I would give my life for her with head held high. But it wasn't long before I realized what the witch had meant. What she had warned me about. What she had said ultimate despair awaited beyond this door. It is our holy duty as knights of the church to deliver punishment unto the heathen who made a pact with the devil. You are sentenced to death, your body to be hanged upon the cross for 3 days and 3 nights, wherein your unholy flesh shall be purified by the fires of heaven. Why? What are you doing here? I stared up at the night, eyes wide. The voice from within the helm. Didier belonged to my elder brother. You shall now be executed. Do you have any final words? I knew well enough that Mother was not in her right mind, and while her refusal to accept me had hurt, at the same time, I had somewhat expected it. It made sense to me. In her madness, Mother had declared me a heretic and reported me to the church. But this... But Didier... Men wield swords and fight against dangerous enemies. And they do so to protect the weak, women and children. I am here to protect you and your mother. What are you doing here? Why are you pointing your sword at me? Are you smiling behind that cold steel helm, frowning, or staring expressionlessly? Though your transformation was too much for Mother and Father to accept, with enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before, just like it did for myself and George's. None of this is your fault. It was all unfortunate timing. You said that it would all go back to normal eventually. Can I trust that even if the whole world says I'm cursed, that you'll always be on my side? That you'll always be my brothers? Can I put my trust in you once more, Didier, Georges? You absolutely can, Michel. I swear to God on high. But your vow, have any meaning at all. I spent years here in this dark house, waiting, believing you would come through for me. So why? Why are you standing there, half a dozen knights at your back, saying I am to be executed? Why? Lydia. Do not cry. Don't you dare cry, Michel. I'm standing here in front of this door as a man protecting the woman he loves. You mustn't cry. Who is it you're sentencing to death? Michel Bollinger, or a demon child, naturally, or a witch, perhaps? Why? If I'm not an angel sent from heaven or a demon child, then what am I? What on earth am I?
What are you?
You're Bollinger. You're our family. And that's all there is to it. I thought we were brothers. Our familial bonds have long since been severed, cursed witch. Now I see, Giselle, this world never had a place for me. I was never welcome here. Kill him. So many blades pierced my flesh. Didier's sword in my chest, lances in my arms and shoulders, arrows in both of my legs. I could hardly even tell what hurt anymore. But the pain from within was much clearer. My heart cracked audibly before shattering completely. Don't cry. Do not cry. Tears will only make me more pitiful. So don't you cry, Michel. Don't cry. I believed in you. Didier. When I was younger, I idolized you. Those broad shoulders, muscular arms, gentle eyes. Everything you said. Your simple but pure desire to become a knight. I thought if I could be like you, I could be proud of who I was. Though that may have faded somewhat after being locked away for so long, my adoration for you never went away. I thought you, of everyone, would accept me for who I am, and I thought you would celebrate my relationship with Giselle. You would put those big hands on my shoulders, a smile on your face, and say, I'm happy for you. That you would welcome her into the family, that we could go on outings together on cloudy days. Maybe she could make something for us. She's a pretty good cook after all. Georges would rifle through the basket before lunch. Didier would scold him. I would be there watching, a proud smile on my face. As unlikely, out of reach as I knew it was, I still dreamed of a life like that. I had the faintest hope that when we saw each other again, that dream might come true. Didier, I put my faith in you. And so my life came to an end. But that wasn't the end of the story. I don't know if what comes next could be called my story. But memories of these events linger in my soul. After being pierced by Didier's blade, I found myself looking down upon my own corpse.
How could I ever imagined that I would be made to witness my own misery even in death? I watched as my eldest brother dragged me to my place of my crucifixion, and my soul, evidently still bound to my flesh, was dragged along with it, against my will, down to the nearby village. The knights have returned from their holy quest. Why have we waited for your arrival? How glorious it is to see you. Waiting for us, there was a cluster of villagers. A large cross lay on the ground in the center of the square. Holding torches, they formed a crowd around the knights, several of them familiar faces. The men who had come to ransack the mansion were standing there, staring at my body in awe. Ah, the Lord's judgment has been delivered unto the witch of the cursed mansion by his holy servants. No longer shall we live in the fear of the curse befalling us. Eternal peace is assured. We have assembled all the tools you need to execute your divine mission. The cross befitting of such a heinous sinner, and that which threatened to curse us, sullied up your ears with its blasphemy. I had done no such thing. I hadn't cursed anyone. I'd merely been defending myself. They had been armed and outnumbered me, so I said what was necessary to chase them off. Our poor harvest and our suffering at the hands of the greedy Lord were all the work of the witch. Why then were they acting like I was at fault? Why was I the sinner, and why did I need to be judged? My soul troubled at the overwhelming fervor consuming the crowd. A zealous desire to see judgment cast. So I prayed. I asked God to grant me the smallest miracles. To let my voice reach my brother who carried my body. Please don't do this, Didier. Please hear my voice. You know me better than that. You know I've done nothing wrong. Those men smirking at the sight of my body. They're the ones putting the blame for their sins on me. Please tell me you at least don't think I did those things. Don't put me on that cross. If it was Mother who sold me out to the church, then surely you can give me a respectable burial. The nails and rope for the crucifixion are here. We would have you, O knight, deliver the Lord's judgment onto this vile witch. Didier, why do you say nothing? Why do you accept the tools this man presents you? Tools meant to punish me. Tell me, Didier. Crucifixion! Crucify it! Crucify the witch! My brother lowered my corpse onto the ground and began removing my clothing. And in that moment, I realized the purpose of hanging someone from a cross. Overwhelmed by hopelessness, tears streamed down my face. Please, anything but that. I'm begging you. Don't expose me to these people. Don't expose my body, Didier. I'm begging you. Don't do it. But of course, my voice had no way of reaching him, and he proceeded to remove my clothing piece by piece, until I was left fully nude. For a brief moment, an unpleasant silence spread through the crowd. The erratic crackling of their torches was the only sound that could be heard in the square. And then, with a mocking laugh, one man spoke. "Ah, so there it is, you devilish creature. Don't look at me, please, look away. Or just get it over with and burn me now. Burn my body, please." One simple thing was all I was missing. I had a frame like a man. I lacked breasts of a woman. My heart was male. I was in love with a woman. You sold your soul to the devil. This is what you became. Frightful, reprehensible creature who dared defile the sacred body of God blessed you with. Was that what people really thought of me? Was there no way to make them understand? Could they not possibly imagine how miserable it was to live in a body that didn't fit the shape of your soul? Was there no way to get through to them, even the slightest bit, that all I wanted was to be what I felt I was? Was that
really so heinous a crime. Please, Didier, stop this. Don't humiliate me any further. Please, just let me depart this world in peace. Carry my body away from this place. That's all I ask. And if you can't do that, then at least burn me instead. Didier. Didier. He then placed my body upon the cross, bound my arms together at the wrist with a rope, and then drove a nail through my palms. I couldn't look away. I tried to close my eyes, but I couldn't. My vision remained perfectly clear despite the constant stream of tears. When he was finished attaching my body to the cross, he and several other knights lifted it off the ground, planting it in the center of the village square. The villagers showered the knights with their praise and gratitude. Not for the lack of trying, I was unable to get away from the cross. My soul was trapped there along with my body. Didier didn't say a word the entire time. After a full day hanging there, grotesque blackish splotches began appearing on my lower body. Everyone who saw it grimaced in disgust. The knights, Didier included, had long since taken their leave, leaving my soul behind, curled up at the base of the cross. A constant stream of tears ran down my face. Despite all my prayers, I remained bound to that place, left to rot on the cross with my body. Passersby threw rocks or spat on me. Children laughed. Mother warned her daughter to always obey God's teachings. By 48 hours, black feathered birds and maggots had appeared to devour my rotting flesh. I couldn't imagine any less pleasant a sight than my own body decaying in the sunlight, exposed for all to see. A group of children assembled in the square not far from the cross, and soon after, competition began to see who could take down the evil witch. They gathered all the rocks they could find and started throwing them at my corpse as hard as they could. The stones ripped through my decomposing flesh, exposing bits of bone. Eventually, they settled on a winner, the one who had torn off the most flesh, and went on their way. Hiya, Bocage. And when they were gone, the birds flocked in to take their place. The third day and night came and went, and at sunrise on the fourth day, I received a visitor. "Watch your steps, madam. The crucifix is this way." I swear to God, if this is... After everything I had been through, I thought nothing more could possibly affect me. I had sunk as far down into the abyss as I could go, however. Mother. I knew it was her instantly. She was older and bonier than I remembered. She had bags under her eyes, so dark they looked like bruises. Her once lustrous blonde hair had faded almost white, but I would have always recognized my own mother. "What are you doing here, Mother?"
Father.
In the 13 years since I had last heard Mother's voice, it had grown raspy and weak. There were still distinct traces in it of the woman who had raised me, who had stayed at my bedside when I was sick. Though I lacked a physical body, I still felt a deep, piercing chill at the sound of her voice.
Father, this is not my daughter. I did not birth this accursed thing. No, 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 no. I am her victim. For years I suffered at the hands of this witch. She stole my daughter away from me, tormenting me, endlessly tormenting me. Trying to ruin me. A demon. Your demon.
Mother.
I despise you, you foul, hellish monster.
I loved you.
You took everything from me.
I could never bring myself to hate my birth mother.
I feel nothing but revulsion for you.
I loved you.
An eternity in the fires of hell would be too good for you.
I often disagreed with the things you said and did, but I still remember the feeling of your hand in mine, as I lay sick in bed.
I have absolutely no relation to this demon. I kept writing you letters, kept pretending to be a girl for you, because I didn't want to hurt you. This is not my daughter. I couldn't stand doing it. Whenever I sat down to write one, it came out a horrible wreck, even worse off than before. But even so, send this monster straight to hell. I didn't want to break you, Mother. I didn't want to push you any further off the edge. Quickly, set me free of this accursed thing. But I suppose I still did end up breaking you. Please be at ease, madam. The Lord has heard your prayers. He wants to cast the demon into the cleansing fires. He wants you to show him that, as you say, you have no relation to this unholy thrall. Gladly. Gladly. I'll gladly send this vile creature to the depths of pits of hell with my own 2 hands. Her eyes swelling with every hateful emotion imaginable, Mother took the torch from the priest and tossed it into the pile of straw spread around the base of the cross. The flame crackled as it spread upward, consuming my body and filling the square with a putrid stench of burning flesh. Through the clouds of smoke, I could see a faint smile on Mother's lips. Mother, I'm so sorry. You had to give birth to me. And the inferno had devoured everything, and the cross itself came crumbling down. My soul was finally released from that place. Or rather, I suppose it more shattered. The things I saw, the things I was made to watch, were harrowing. Morgana had been right. The anguish that came after knowing happiness was much greater than anything I'd felt before. It eroded my spirit, drained me of the willpower to bear the sight of the world after death. But rather than give in to my hatred like Morgana had, I despaired of myself. I didn't curse or bear a grudge against anyone. I prayed for my own extinguishment. My soul began to crumble, neither ascending to heaven nor falling to hell, but fading into darkness everlasting. My fingers were the first to go, then my eyes, then my mouth. All sound vanished into nothingness. My beating heart and all emotions that had once taken root within it scattered like leaves upon the wind. My soul completely, wholly decomposed. I couldn't stand to allow my soul to return to the living world, no matter what it might take residence in. Some length of time later, I began to hear a sound, muffled and indistinct. No longer human in form, I had no ears to speak of. The sound gradually increased in volume. It was a voice. Where are you, Michel? What are you doing? I'm still praying. Still wishing for you to appear before me, forever and ever and ever. And ever and ever and ever. I've been praying for so long, I don't even know how long it's been. Before you left, you said you were going to pray too. You said you had hoped we could meet again in another life. I'm not misremembering, am I? Michel, come back to me soon. As if drawn in by the sound of that voice, bit by bit, I began regaining some of what I had lost. It soon took an incredibly long time. My body and soul had been ground to dust. I'd rejected myself, scattered it into the void. It would take several lifetimes to find it and assemble those pieces. Michel, all I can remember about you is your name, your glassy white skin, your fiery red eyes, and your snow-colored hair. Nothing else.
I thought my mind, my body, my spirit, and my heart had all been eradicated. But every time I heard that voice, I thought, I must return. Well, thought is perhaps inaccurate. It was not so much a conscious idea as an instinctive force. The voice slowly buried the overwhelming pain I had suffered in both life and death, and began to search for the source of that quiet, constant whispering echoing in the emptiness. Chasing after that tiny fleck of light, the one thing in the world that seemed to desire my presence.
Michel, I am no longer the girl I once was. I've built a thick cocoon around myself. A cocoon I can't break free of. My own protective shell is devouring me. I am waiting for you, Michel. Waiting for you inside my shell. Always waiting. Will you be able to recognize the person I've become. Please, Michel, get me out of here. At long, long last, I found the ray of light I sought. And I had an absolute certainty that if I followed it, I would reach the source of the voice. I had to find them. I had to set them free. I desperately had to give back to them what they had given to me. And that sense of purpose is what set me back into motion. But the void was so expansive, so endlessly deep, that reaching the end of the trail of light was no easy task. Struggling to follow it to its source wore my barely held together soul thin, until it crumbled apart once more. Again and again I lost myself. I can't account for much of my time chasing after that light. The gaps in my memory are large and frequent. Nevertheless, after countless cycles of breaking down and resembling myself, after hundreds of years of wandering, I finally found my way back to that mansion. And when the two of us had our long-awaited reunion, neither of us were our old selves any longer. In my endeavor to return, I had worn my soul down to almost nothing. I was but a vague shadow, completely devoid of memories, and that was the beginning. We met each other anew, lost and broken, devoid of life. The darkness here reminds me of my time in the void, of the despair that filled my shattered soul as it sunk into the endless abyss, of the emptiness I felt as my body crumbled and faded into nothing. Michel, you poor soul who was named for an angel and born with a curse, made to bear an unfairly cruel fate. I am the only one who sympathizes with you, the only one who understands your pain, the only one willing to help you. I'm sure you're not feeling particularly fond of me right now. Not after I made you relive the past you so wanted to forget. Every moment of that despair. Not after I revealed your every lost secret to the woman you love. But you must face the truth, my dear. Put your life, your very soul on the line for this woman, and even she would not accept you. But as I said before, that's the normal response. She's no worse than anyone else for it. You simply aren't something people can accept. You believe that even if your family wouldn't, that even if your dear brothers wouldn't, Giselle would be able to accept you for you. That she alone was different. That she alone was special. That she alone wanted you in her life. That she alone would extend her hand for you. You never doubted that, did you? But Michel, hope exists to be crushed. The stronger you cling to that hope, the more you have to lose. You can hear that, can't you? Her mocking you, scorning you, rejecting everything that defines you. The revulsion in her voice. This is the woman you fought so hard to get back. Listen to it, my dear. Focus on her voice. It's her, Michel. It's not her. It's because French and German accents sound kind of the same. It's not her. Stop, please. I don't want to hear it anymore. Make it stop. Can you blame her, though? For hundreds of years, she waited, trusting you, and you came back to her a woman more than once. If you think about it, you betrayed her first. No, stop, don't. I didn't. Tell me, what was it like? How did it feel to be born and live as a woman? You spent your life insisting you weren't a woman, and yet your soul chose a female body to return in. All those gaps in your memory were from your lives as a white-haired girl. First there were the kind, mild-mannered flaxen-haired boy. You, a woman, and he, a man, were joined in love. And then there was a deranged man-beast. By exposing your female body to him, you were able to temporarily contain his madness. And finally, there was a man obsessed with power and money. You were his wife, ever faithful, waiting patiently for him to remember his love. You put your faith in the wrong person's love. How can you expect her not to be disgusted? She was forced to watch again and again as the man she loved was reborn as a woman and had relations with other men. Would you like to know what you're doing right this moment, Michel? You're crying. No, this isn't true because Giselle still wanted to be with white-haired Michel even when he wasn't. He still cared. Although I guess that would be... crying as you have done so many times before. Those tears, they wash away your dignity. Would you also like to know how you look right now, Michel? You've reverted to your final moments, both in body and in heart. Take a look at yourself, my dear. Your body, incomplete, only partially male. The wound still fresh and raw. Pierced by your brother whom you trusted completely, and the knights whose ranks you dreamed of joining. Even now, your blood still flows from those wounds. They will never heal. Not so long as you remain yourself. No. It's not pleasant, is it? It hurts quite a bit, doesn't it? I did not inflict those wounds on you, though. They are your own, and no one else can erase them. You've lost everything, Michel. Tell me, what do you have left? You were robbed of your pride, your dignity, your life, your identity, your very existence. And the love you thought you still had? Well, she's gone and left you behind too. And you still refuse to curse anyone? Why do you not take what you deserve from those who stole everything from you? You have every right to vengeance, and I'm offering you the means to have it. Curse them, my dear. I cannot curse anyone. You disappoint me, Michel. But if that's what you want, if you won't join me in my hatred, then so be it. I will accept we are not as similar as I once thought. And as much as it pains me to do so, I will release you. I will even wish for your reconstruction into the body you desire. You shall descend into the mortal realm as a human man, never to set foot in this cursed mansion again. Imagine it. After waiting for so long, you will finally be able to obtain the body you so desperately seek. To have a wife and create a happy family of your own. Wouldn't that just be lovely? I'll make that wish for you, my dear. You can have that life. All you have to do is walk out the door. It's that easy. Just let go. Second.
Alright, I'm back. Here we go. I just want to be happy. They've been through so much. Let it all go, Michel. Bokaj, I don't like... I feel like people get the wrong idea when I say I like sad stories. I feel like when I say I like sad stories, people are like, you like to see people suffer. No, that's not true. I just can't enjoy happy moments when there isn't a base to like view it upon. So as much as I'm like, yeah, I need some tragedy, I also need happy bits. If there's nothing happy in what I'm reading or watching or playing, then I get very depressed and I don't want to complete it. So far, this game has kept me because it has had many happy moments. So, just clarifying, this game does have happy moments. Also, hello, Cyber. What up? We're at a very crucial point, I think, maybe. Happy moments. We're striving for that now. We're gonna try and get this boy a good end, and also Giselle. I don't know what's up with Morgana. I don't know. No. I refuse! I didn't do anything! I refuse! Don't listen to her. Miss Giselle? Don't trust anything she says? Don't trust anything she shows you, Michel. You told me you believed in my love, that if it could survive for hundreds of years, it must be real. So don't start doubting it now. Giselle! Oh! Open your eyes, Michel, and look at me. Listen to me, please. Listen to the sound of my voice. Michel, will you listen to what I really think? How I actually feel? I would never ever push you away. Do you remember what I said, Michel? When you broke through the cocoon I'd built around myself, I said I would never come to hate you. I still stand by that. My feelings haven't changed in the slightest. It doesn't matter what kind of past you had, or what kind of secrets you kept. I still love you. You accepted me, Michel. I spent hundreds of years trapped in this place, watched as tragedy after tragedy befell its residents, slowly losing my grip on myself until I'd been twisted so far I could tell them like stories with a cold smile on my face. And despite what I had become, you still took my hand. You still said you loved me. No matter what horrors you've experienced, I will always and forever take your hand. Michel. Giselle. Please have faith in me, Michel. Don't believe what some illusion says. Believe me. Believe the real me. You have it backwards, Giselle. The truth is, I never once doubted you. What? I never doubted your love. Michel. I despised myself. I hated that I was so weak I couldn't even bear being rejected by a phantasm made to look like you. I didn't want you to see me like that. I didn't want you to know I was so weak. To see my past, to see me now, a pitiful, unsightly mess. I couldn't stand the thought of you seeing any of that. If only in your memories, if only for you. I wanted to be gallant, to be a man. I wanted to be the man who never cried, who never showed weakness, who died trying to protect you. I didn't want you to know. I was so weak. I was such a sad, frail person. Not even a real man. Michel. I didn't want you to see that. Morgana was telling the truth. I opened the door to our past in order to bring you back. That wasn't the whole story. I kept details about myself out. Things that would make me look bad. There's no one as shameful and reprehensible as me. No, Michel. There's no one in this world as admirable as you. You remain true to yourself to the end, no matter how bad things got. Day after day you fought all alone, despite being put through hell. Yet you chose not to curse those responsible. Only once did you ever consider cursing someone, your father. I remember that day very well. I was too stupid to realize it at the time, but you did that for me. The time you ever wanted to curse someone was for me. Give yourself a little more credit. You did perhaps come off as a bit unscrutable, but deep down you're truer to yourself than anyone. Your motivation simple and pure. Your heart full of kindness. Know that you're a wonderful, admirable man, Michel. Be proud of who you are. It doesn't change how much suffering I put you through, Giselle. I was the white-haired girl. The girl in the portrait was me. It was all me. I came back more than once, showing up a woman, then disappearing again, hurting you completely unaware, pushing you away, leaving nothing but tragedy in my wake. I'll never forgive myself for what I did to you. Have faith in yourself, Michel. Follow your heart. I know it was a secret you didn't want revealed, but for me, I couldn't be happier to know the truth. Because it shows just how incredibly much you love me. Not only in life, but the hundreds of years I spent trapped in this mansion. You spent searching for me. The vast, empty, hopeless void, you heard my voice. Your love guided you to me. When you had lost everything, your love for me still lived on. Even as it tore you apart, you kept fighting to make it back to me. A few blanks in your memory don't account for how someone so fiercely determined suddenly become a completely different person. But Giselle, how am I supposed to believe that? How am I supposed to believe that wasn't me, when everything about us is exactly the same? You're not the white-haired girl. That girl is completely different to you. Her personality and everything about her is just completely different. You are not the white-haired girl, Michel. Have faith in your own heart and the things you stand for. Have faith in your true self, in the person you are, the shape of your soul. You were never the white-haired girl, and you never will be. Remember when you first arrived at the mansion, Michel? I took your hand, and together we watched dozens of different lives play out. Were your memories anywhere amongst them? It wasn't behind those doors that you found yourself, but in the remnants of the months we shared here. Was the white-haired girl anywhere in your memories? You are Michel, no one else. But that doesn't change, but my body. Oh wait, doesn't change my body. I know you, Michel. I know who you are deep down. I love you from the bottom of my heart, and I want you to understand that, to know how I feel. Though we only shared our love for a month in life, it was enough for me to wait hundreds of years for your return. And you fought with everything you had to make it back to me, to get me out of here. You are the greatest man I have ever known. Giselle! How is it? You always manage to see straight through me, Giselle. To give me exactly what I want. That smile, that single ray of light in the endless dark. To say exactly what I've been so desperately yearned to hear. The words I've sought for countless years. Giselle. I reach out for her, but she's begun to fade, her outline hazy and blending into the surroundings. And all I manage to grab is empty air. I want more than anything to feel her warmth right now, the sensation of her skin against mine, but there's nothing there. Please, Giselle, don't leave my side again.
Don't worry, I'm here with you. I'm not going anywhere.
Giselle?
Put your hand on my shoulders. Wrap your arms around me.
I can't. I want you so much, but I can't feel you there at all.
You can, Michel, I promise. Close your eyes. Now reach forward, slowly. You can feel me there, can't you? That's my finger, and that's my hair. Those are my eyes. Here are my lips. Here's my heart, where I keep all the feelings you gave back to me, and my love for you. In body and in spirit, I am all yours. Can you sense me here beside you?
I think I can.
Now hold on and don't let go. You know, it's kind of funny. We're like two awkward kids around each other, bound together by a love so amazingly powerful. Yet we only ever held hands a few times and embraced like some incredible achievement for us. And we're supposed to be full-grown adults. Kiss me, Michel. We never got the chance while we were alive.
Giselle.
Or are you going to tell me to wait again?
Not this time. I feel my way around the emptiness where she is. Her skin white but not pallid. Slightly flushed cheeks dimpled by her smile. Her lips, which at times called me master, at times called me Michel. Her entire being, this woman who accepted me as a man, who even in death continued to bring me back from my darkest places. She is my everything. I feel a faint breath against my neck, somewhere between a sigh and a giggle. I feel her warmth, which I thought I would never know again, the soft touch of her skin. I envisioned her face before me, where I'm sure she is, with her eyes closed. And I press my lips against hers. It's a quick, clumsy affair, just a little peck, not the kind of kiss two grown adults might be expected to share. But nonetheless, a gentle warmth spreads through my body from the place our lips touched. It's a sensation so pleasant, so nice. I can hardly believe it's real. Surroundings dissolve, and the world takes on a new face, a plane of tranquil light created by Giselle, into which the mansion's darkness slowly seeps. The difference is, now I'm not afraid to step back into it. All it took was that single, irreplaceable moment to change my everything. Though I can't see her there, I can feel her presence right beside me, her heart, and that she too can feel mine. I won't falter anymore. I'm through hesitating, wavering about in fear of my own weakness. I will look to the future. I will believe in myself, because she believes in me. I'm done carrying the changes I created for myself. I have work to do. No more looking away from my responsibility. As the light dims and darkness begins to take over, I hear her voice in my ear.
Michel, can I ask you to lend your hand to someone? You set me free. Now, I'd like you to do the same for her. This is something I don't think anyone else can do.
Oh, are we gonna save Morgana?
Only you can rid the mansion of its darkness.
Oh my god, I'm an idiot! Oh my god, I didn't realize Morgana was Fata Morgana. I don't know, I never made that connection for some reason. Anyway, I'm here with you. So let's open the final door together. The true final door. We can put an end to all this tragedy. I know we can. Now off we go, Michel. And do not let go of my hand. Oh. Well, yeah, Morgana the Witch, which I know about.
La voix de la sorcière que j'étais le seul à pouvoir entendre.
What?
J'étais dans les ténèbres et toi seul me prenais en pitié. Je me noyais, je me laissais porter sans essayer de comprendre les choses. En fait, j'aurais dû vous faire face depuis longtemps. À Gisèle, à toi. Au manoir, je n'arrêtais pas d'écouter cette voix. La voix de la sorcière.
Giselle.
Seul à pouvoir entendre.
Reality fades back into view. I'm looking at neither the endless eroding darkness nor the visions of my past, but the sea of blood spreading in all directions. I'm standing at the top of the observation tower outside the door. I returned. Back in Morgana's world, her bitter, hate-filled, curse-fueled world.
La voix de la sorcière que j'étais le seul
To tell you the truth, I didn't see this coming.
et toi seul me prenais en pitié. Je me noyais, je me laissais porter.
This is my mansion. My domain. She was supposed to be locked up, but it would seem my will is not as absolute as I had thought. What would you call that? The power of love. Is that what allowed this to happen? How trite. Where's the magic? The miracle? I can think of one other reason she was able to escape. And it's the only way we'll be able to find the power we need to cast off the darkness of this house. But first, before we do anything else, you must open this door. Whatever nonsense that woman filled your head with, it certainly seems to have put some fight into those eyes. Well, good for you, my dear. A little confidence boost doesn't erase the fact that you were on the ground, crawling through the filth like a worm, tears streaming down your face as you tried to ignore what lay before you. A little self-esteem isn't going to make you any less helpless when you step through that door. But that won't stop me from trying. I'm done acting like you're some inevitability, some force of nature. It's time for me to take a stand, Morgana. Are we gonna get an 8th door? The air around the door has a distinct chill to it as I place my hand against the wood surface. My arms, once bloody and lacerated, are now whole again. I can feel my entire body, everything back in its rightful place. I take in a breath, lift my head, focus my gaze on the door, push it open. Resting on the back of my hand, I can feel another palm, soft and warm. Through the single window sitting high atop the wall shines a ray of light. Black butterfly flutters within the beam. Its form is indistinct, wavering like a mirage as it slowly descends to the tower top floor. And then, from within the darkness, a person appears. It's her. Is that you, Morgana? How does it feel to finally meet the real thing, my dear? I knew you were young, but you really are still a child. Having heard her tale, I know she died still a girl. I know how she came to bear so much hatred for the world, but knowing and seeing are two very different things. The sight of her bony adolescent body is a painful reminder that she never had a chance to know happiness,
to know adulthood before being robbed of her life. I'd assumed monster would be your first reaction. With a face. And a body like this. How very sweet of you, Michel. So tell me, what exactly do you mean to do now that you're here? Your ultimate goal was, as I understood it, to take Giselle back. But she's no longer here for me to return to you. She's broke out of my cage and exhausted what remained of her soul to show herself to you. I cannot perceive even a trace of her presence any longer.
I don't know if a simple hug will fix this, but
I presume her soul shattered, dissipated into nothing.
no, she's right here beside me.
Is that so? You seem to believe as much anyway. Which only makes your presence here a bigger mystery. Oh, I know. You want revenge. I made you miserable while you were alive, and I continue to torment you in death. You entrusted me with Giselle's life and I used her for my own ends. You must despise me.
No. We're gonna be like Logan. No.
Hatred fills you.
You want to curse me? To kill me?
My death could well mean the end of all this. Shall I grant you that wish?
She flicks the finger. The next second, a longsword claters to the floor at my feet.
Take the blade in your hands, and like the knight of old who executed the witch, pierce my heart with it. Do now what should have happened then. You always wanted to be a knight, didn't you? Go on, pick it up. Show me your revulsion, my dear.
Morgana, I do have a reason for being here. I came to save you.
You hit your head on the way up. You came to save who?
I spent so long trying to look away when I should have been trying to look deeper. To tell you the truth, your constant chattering in the darkness evoked more than annoyance in me. I empathized with your loneliness. I bear no hatred for you. It was my despair that brought you back to life, so that makes it my responsibility to end this. My own wish has given me all the redemption I need, my dear. Or should I be expecting another self-righteous lecture about how hatred does you no good? Brilliant, Michel, brilliant. Do you have any idea how absurdly presumptuous you're being? Trying to force your idea of redemption onto someone who has no interest in it? If the tale you showed me was the whole truth, then I would have said you could revile those heartless men as much as you pleased, but I refuse to believe that's the whole story. The men I saw beyond the first 3 doors had genuine concerns and worries. They felt things, real human emotions, even if those things ultimately led them down a path of destruction. Wanting to do something nice for the one you care about, being disgusted at things you've done, hiding your urges from those around you. You certainly couldn't call them good men, but they were real people with real conflicts. So you're saying I'm lying? Well, I can't say I blame you. Who would believe the word of a witch? I don't think you falsified your account, Morgana. The tragedy, no. The grisly reality you described, I doubt any of that happened. I don't doubt any of that happened. Yeah, me neither. You wouldn't be here otherwise. But I've learned something in my years. Reality exists from more than one perspective. I love that they really show that in this. Like, everything up until this point has completely shown us how much that actually happens. Great. It's great.
It doesn't change what happened. That two-faced young man deceived me. The beast severed my arm. The greedy, power-hungry lord used me for his own personal gain.
Events by themselves do not tell the whole story. Only when you take into account their circumstances, what they thought and felt, their perspectives, only then can you say you've reached the truth.
Your point being? Oh, are you going to march down to where their souls are and ask them for their perspective? Don't waste your breath. They'll only tell you what benefits themselves the most.
Then we do it our way. We open the door to your past.
And if I refuse? This is my domain, my world. It operates in accordance to my will. The door won't open unless I allow it to.
Were you aware, Morgana, that I recovered my first memory in front of a mirror? You what? The same mirror Giselle used to practice her smile, and in all those hundreds of years, bits of her memory came to reside within it. That's true. Every time she stood before that mirror, she had me in her heart. And next, I saw one of my own memories play out in my bedchamber. It was the first day after we opened the windows, when she let the morning sun into my room. The day was the turning point in my life.
And why are you telling me this?
Because it means this world doesn't belong only to you. It's also hers and mine, and that is why she was able to break free. Your wish is, without question, the most powerful of anyone's here, and you have more authority over this place than anyone else. There's no denying your position as master of this mansion. But Giselle and I, we too have influence over this domain. I was the one who resurrected you, and she the one who served as your guide. So the door will appear, whether or not it is your will. Their souls reside here as well. They may spin convenient tales, but the memories ingrained upon their souls can tell no lies. All the pieces are on the board. The door will open.
Say the door does open. What does that change? Nothing those men may have thought or felt can take back what they did to me. This rotting, broken creature they turned me into. I don't care what was going on through their heads. They will never have my forgiveness. My hatred is unwavering. My wish will not be undone so easily. Their souls shall suffer for all eternity. Before we begin, Morgana, let's get one last lingering question out of the way. And what might that be?
Who the white-haired girl is?
That's your lingering question.
I feel that too.
We've already established.
That was you, Morgana.
Ha ha ha! So in a desperate plea to deny you came back as a woman, you're now trying to make me into her? That is perhaps the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. That was you, my dear. Don't avert your eyes. You must face reality.
I'm not averting my eyes, and I'm not in denial. I have faith. Faith that I only ever made it back to this mansion once, when I woke in the rocking chair beside the fireplace.
Huh. Nevertheless, that hardly justifies accusing me of being that foolish girl. How could you possibly think I was her? Never have I not been present in these walls. Not even while she was alive and in the claws of tragedy. My hair's not white, nor my eyes red. And look at this horrid, festering face. How could I ever become her? How your soul appears is irrelevant to this case, Morgana. I will uncover the truth about you.
things even you don't know. And if I can show you that you were in fact the white-haired girl, in that moment will your reality be rewritten.
If you're so confident, then be my guest. Find out for yourself just how little you're capable of.
Blackness fills the observation tower once more. Morgana fades into the distance, leaving me alone in the dark stream. It's a darkness I've seen, felt, been consumed by numerous times since arriving at the mansion. But this time, I welcomed it, praying that beyond it lies a truth with the power to release all from the house's grip. The next tale has no narrator. I won't sit back and listen as someone recounts the path of fate for me. No, I have to find a path for myself this time. I don't know what awaits me beyond the black, but no matter what it may be, so long as I have the power to provide redemption, I must never put down my sword. Now, let us open the door. The final door.
Ah! I got an achievement, Demon Child, and also Final Door.
I believe this is the final one now. But also, yeah, we're doing another week. I can't believe. Oh my god. I'm so happy with that end. So good. This game is so good. This game is so well written. I love it. I'm so glad that we decided to do this all the way through. Maybe not good nightos, but definitely ending here. For today, at least. For this week. I know! No one knows about this game. I didn't know. I just got recommended it one time. I don't even remember how I found out about it. I found out about it like years ago. And I was like, seems pretty cool, but like, you know, kind of creepy looking from the art. So maybe I wouldn't want to try it. At the moment, maybe like wait a little bit. And then I was like, maybe I should get someone with me to play it. Maybe that'll make it easier. And then it's got so many layers. It's amazing. I love it. I can see now how the reviews of this game, the people that had played it, were like gushing over it. And I was like, I've never heard about this before. No one has ever played this, or like, you know, no one talks about this ever. But the people that have played it, like, they never say anything about it. They never like spoil anything, but they just say, like, they all said essentially the same thing, which was that it's not what you would expect and it's not for everyone, but it will take you by surprise with how like well everyone is written. And I feel that. Because in the first few bits, I didn't think it was going to be like, you know, like it took me by surprise in the beginning, for sure. Just in general, after playing a really trashy visual novel, and then I was like, whoa, this is like what a nicely written visual novel is. And then it like took me by surprise at how deep it could go into a character, like how much they could actually flesh someone out. And I love that. And I'm not gonna gush over this anymore for too long because you know how I feel. You've been with me on this whole journey. I love it. I love this game. And like, I don't talk about it too much while I'm playing it, like while I'm reading it, but trust me, everything you're saying, I'm like, yes, 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 I feel that. But I don't want to break the immersion and like talk about it, so I'm like, yes, yes, yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But don't worry, I'm thinking about it all. It's just, you know, sometimes you get to a point where you're like, this is happening. There's not much I can say about it. I'm feeling really like upset about this, but I just want to bring the best kind of like, you know, deliver it in the best way. So I can really enjoy it. It's so good. Mm-hmm. Thank you for joining me. Oh, we went on for pretty long. Not too long though. Not like Lost. Not like that one time where we went for 13 hours, but you know what? It's fine. Actually, the best VN experience I've ever had. Me too. For sure. Let's end on a happy note. Hold up. Oh, Bocage. You went to work and came back? Really? Damn. Let's end on a happy note, though. Let me find something nice. Let me find something nice and happy. Oh, hey, I haven't listened to the soundtrack in forever. I love this song. Super chill.